Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 2 of Group A action and I'm joined by Nico and Henry to discuss today's action, of course, and reflect on what we saw yesterday. Lads, first things first, yesterday, players played at quite a consistent level until Ryan Murray had that 102 average quite late on in his 4th game of the day. Nico, we'll start with you. This is still, it feels like it's up for grabs for anybody because everyone was playing at such a consistent level.
Very fair to say, Abby, and if you look at Peter Jacques at the bottom of the table, for instance, if he has a really good Tuesday, he's definitely back in the mix because nobody has gone and had that ridiculously brilliant day of 10 points without defeat. But you have to pay a lot of praise to Ryan Murray because yesterday he found that extra level and it's given him a really nice position going into day 2.
Absolutely. And Henry, Dan Klose, we got a first glimpse of him yesterday. How impressed were you? He's on 8 points coming into day 2. He didn't average above 90 throughout the course of the day, but some really impressive, solid darts. And I think one of the words is efficient.
He was the epitome of German efficiency, wasn't he, yesterday, Daniel Klose, and really, really impressive on debut. Sometimes it could take you a couple of games to get used to this format, especially when, like Daniel, he's played a lot on the Challenge Tour this year, but maybe not used to a stage environment quite like this. So 8 points, first day, really, really good return.
Absolutely. And Nico, we've spoken about how relentless this format is. For someone like Daniel, who maybe isn't used to this format and coming back and playing so relentlessly, it's so important, isn't it, to get 8 points on day 1 because it's likely that you're going to have that dip at some point.
I think that's fair to say. Many people have had 3 consistent days, but the majority of people tend to have a dip at some point. But I think there may be more pressure on Daniel today because he played so consistently yesterday. I would expect him to get 6 points at least today based on what we saw from Monday. So if he can be on 14 points going into Wednesday, he's got every single chance. But I think we look at a lot of German dart players at the minute, both male and female, and we just love their mentality. The way he was able to just get up here and be like a chess player or a poker player and just not give anything away, that's what impressed me the most about him.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, Henry. As Nico just said, you know, maybe we'll learn more about him today than we did yesterday.
Well, we said last week about Franz Ritchie, who had a similarly good start to Daniel last week. It was a good first day, but that's all it is at the minute, the first day. Today and tomorrow we'll learn a lot more about Daniel, and Daniel will learn a lot more about himself in this format. Okay, it was a really good start, but I think we're going to properly judge him by the end of play on Wednesday, by the end of Group A.
And would you agree with Nico that for Jacques, it's certainly still all to play for, even though he is the only player on 2 points coming into today?
Yes, with a good day. I think he's probably going to have to get minimum 6, most likely 8, to put himself in the mix going into the end of play tomorrow. But the way this group is, it's not out of the reckoning for anyone if they can go on a spurt today.
And Ritchie is somebody who kind of grew into the day. He did then lose that game late on, but there were certainly signs from him, weren't there, that he could go on a good run today?
I think the same as what we saw from Greg last year in what was the Live League has happened yesterday. The scoring wasn't to its premium, but the finishing was excellent. He was well over 40% for the day on the outer ring. So if he can get to the doubles quicker, he's got a really good chance of getting towards the top by the end of the day.
Absolutely. And the first game we've got up today is a repeat of the final game yesterday, Ryan Murray against McGeeney. McGini is someone who, you know, he produced the 2nd best average of the day yesterday. That final game, it felt like quite an important one, but he is still in with a fantastic chance and he should fancy himself.
Absolutely, and Mark Mcguini, and we were saying in the commentary box yesterday, I don't think he gets enough recognition for what he's done in his career. Lakeside World Finals, twice a Dutch Open champion. To win that competition once, you've got to be a special player. To win it twice, yeah, that's some achievement. So he's got levels to his game, and maybe, again, the experience going into Tuesday and Wednesday of playing at the highest level, playing in those types of tournaments, that could come to the fore.
And Nico, just finally, Henry's mentioned levels there. I think we saw every level of Rob Collins yesterday, didn't we? Because it started quite poorly, but he really grew into the day.
Yeah, Rob's a player that really needs to be fired up. It's very difficult to fire yourself up against players like Daniel Klose and some others because they're not going to fuel his fire. So he's trying to manufacture that for himself. So the camera that you see above the board, that's what we're going to be pointing at Rob a lot, and he's going to be box office stuff today. Just watch out for that. But he has got good levels. He just has to get out of the blocks today and stay there as long as he can.
And it is, of course, move-in day on Tuesday. Who do you think is going to be the biggest mover today?
I'm going to go for McGeeney. I think what Henry said was very apt. I think his experience and the longevity aspect of, this is a marathon week. And when you win the Dutch Open, you've got to be able to do it over long days. I think that experience will carry Mark well today. And I think if he gets a good start, he could well get 8 to 10 points today.
Interesting, because I thought you were going to say yourself after some of the moves we saw from you. Henry, how about you? Who's going to be the biggest
I think
move?
a lot depends on this first game between Murray and McGeeney. I think if Murray can get himself onto that 10-point mark, that sets him up really, really nice for the rest of the day. If McGeeney gets himself onto 6, it opens things right up.
Absolutely. Right then, an intriguing day of action ahead here at the Super Series. Join us from 9:30 a.m. where the action will get underway. We'll see you then.
And William Hill.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where things are incredibly tight after the first day of action in Group A. 2 players currently leading the way on 8 points, but it's all to play for here on move-in day. So let's take a little look at the highlights from the first day of action. Yeah, really intriguing day of action there. Paul Nicholson alongside me to discuss and reflect on yesterday's action and, of course, look ahead to what we've got in store today. Nico, it's fair to say players played at a fairly consistent level yesterday. A lot of averages in the mid to high 80s until, of course, that runaway performance from Ryan.
Henry and I were wondering at which point somebody was going to really go forward, because after about 7 or 8 matches, every average was in the 80s, and I can't remember that ever happening in the last couple of years. So that consistent level that we were seeing was a real good sign as to what this group was going to deliver. But somebody did come out of the pack. It was Ryan Murray, and ultimately he's the one who showed us that level that you need to have if you're going to win Group A.
Absolutely, and we can take a little look at the results from yesterday. It's fair to say Ryan Murray raised the standard with that 102 average, but Mark McGeeney then went with him with his next performance.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they're playing each other in the first game of the day as well, but I think the thing that really helped Ryan Murray at the start was, because I know I've mentioned it a few times, but the last time he played with us, albeit in a different venue, he didn't play that well. But the fact that he started with a 4-0 victory yesterday, I know it wasn't a vintage performance, but it was a really good 89 average. It just settled him into the day and gave him a lot of confidence going forward. But he was the player of the day. But I think the thing about the whole day was the amount of ton plus checkouts. There were 10. And the checkouts, albeit from everybody, were really, really consistent at 37%.
Absolutely. We've talked about Ryan Murray, but also Dan Klose. It was the first chance we've had to have a look at him at the Super Series. He finished the day on 8 points. He didn't average above 90, though, over the course of the day. It just shows he is that efficient German player, as you mentioned.
Yeah, those kind of performances may well get you through a group this week. But as to whether they will win you the week, I'm not so sure. So maybe an extra 2 to 3%, if not a little bit more than that, is going to have to be found for Daniel if he is going to win here in week 11.
And you can see on the table there, you've got 3 players on 4 points. As we've mentioned, today is move-in day, the second day of action in Group A. Who do you think will be the biggest mover looking at that table right now?
I've already said this morning that I think McGeeney's going to have a very good day, but it really does depend on what happens in match 1, because if Ryan Murray does get the win, then we're going to see a 6-point gap between the top and where Mark McGeeney sits. So I think the pressure's on from the very off.
Absolutely, and the first game of today, as you've mentioned, is a repeat of the final day yesterday afternoon. When it is such a quick turnaround, Mark McGeeney's incredibly experienced. That's not going to play on his mind at all, is it?
I don't think so. I don't think he overthinks a great deal about this. It's just about doing as well as he possibly can in every game over the 3 days. And then if he finishes in the top spot, great. If he doesn't, then he will find a way through to Saturday via Group B or Group C. And
it was a 4-2 victory for Ryan Murray in that one. It was actually the 3rd highest average of the day in that match as well. It was a really, really good performance, and that's really where we saw things coming to a head. We saw some really, really good performances towards the back end.
Yeah, Ryan will have left us yesterday thinking that was a really good day. I mean, 8 points with, you know, +8 in his leg difference. It's just one of those things that when you leave an arena, you think, I did really well today. And he'll have really woken up this morning thinking, do you know what, I'm really looking forward to this now because I know I can do it here.
Absolutely, and Mcguini, of course, still all to play for. He's on 4 points coming into today's action. We can see a little clip of him here with a 60 checkout from him. It was these single-double combinations, wasn't it, that he was really, really good at yesterday?
We spend a lot of time talking about ton plus checkouts. I've already mentioned them this morning, but those kind of checkouts are invaluable. And they're the kind of things that are really going to stand you in good stead throughout the course of maybe playing for 6 consecutive days, which is something that Mark might have to do.
Absolutely. Right then, Charlie Corstefine, our referee, is ready. Let's hand over to Henry, and this chap's going to run down to join him.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to Moving Day here at the MODUS Super Series, where for one player tomorrow afternoon, they will progress their way through to Saturday's finals. Today is about jostling to get yourself in the best possible position to do so. And this first game of our day could play a crucial part in deciding who the movers and shakers may be on our second day of action here. Ryan Murray can become the first player in this group to move on to 10 points if he can get victory here against Mark McGeeney, who starts day 2 on 4 points. So a victory here for the Gladiator would make the gap 2. A win for Murray would make the gap 6. So right from the get-go, we have got important matches for you here at the MODUS Super Series. So do stay with us for a day full of darting drama as the 6 players look to get themselves in the best possible place ahead of Wednesday's action. I'm happy to say that I am joined alongside the 2010 Players Champion, Paul Nicholson, here in the commentary box today.
And a very warm welcome to Tuesday. It feels very similar to what we had on Monday afternoon because, like you said, Henry, first game of the day is on Tuesdays, always the last game from Monday. But Ryan will be hoping that today is as fruitful
59
as Monday was. He was excellent.
Indeed he was. He recorded the highest average of anyone yesterday. Overall, his average is 88.87, 4 maximums to his name, 4 ton plus outshots as well, more than anyone else in the group, and a high out of 154.
97.
And importantly, that 154 came at a crucial juncture as well. It's not just the fact that he's been impressive, it's been the timing of his runs that was what got him in the position that he's in now.
125.
Like I just said to Abby at the top of our show, I have a sneaky suspicion that that first win of the day yesterday
55.
Got Ryan in a good place. More often than not, when you get your first win early, it does stand you in good stead. It didn't work for Moreno Blom a couple of weeks ago. He won his first game by getting 4 out of 4 in the doubles.
81.
And then it took him a day and a half to get another win. It doesn't work for everybody, but for someone like Ryan, who has had a very interesting 3 or 4 seasons,
60.
coming back here after a stint that really didn't go well, I just get the feeling he needed that. And maybe some of the players today need that start just to give themselves the chance of that
82.
really destructive day to get themselves back in the mix.
Well, Ryan Murray started the day yesterday with a 4-0 success against Rob Collins, an average of 89.73, and that really was the kickstarter to what we have seen since from him. 1-4 lost 1 yesterday. As McGeeney's first 2 have finished, he didn't get a ton plus out yesterday.
45.
His highest finish was a
Ryan, you require
68.
170.
Ryan Murray is looking for the biggest finish of the lot.
He was the best in the ton plus checkout market yesterday.
56.
He had 4 of them, which is a very good return for 5 matches. McGeeney did have one of these yesterday. 2 10s to finish in 7 visits.
40.
And he gives Ryan Murray a chance to break in leg 1.
114 he wants. Tops a 1-0.
94.
It would have been for an early break of throw, but that last start
20.
drags low, and so McGeeney returns to double 10 to win a scrappy opening leg to our day.
Game shot.
And there it is, and the way the first start went in, it was a perfect lie for him to get the double with the second, and McGeeney gets his nose in front in our opening game of the day.
Second leg, it's Ryan to
Again,
throw
you sense he
first.
has to
Game
win.
on.
He doesn't want to give Ryan Murray that 6-point buffer, even at this stage of the group.
140.
I suppose we do have to mention the fact that Ryan won yesterday, albeit 4 legs to 2, which may prove the point that the throw wasn't as important as I'm about to tell you, but
40.
McGeeney does have the throw today. There are no bull-ups before these midweek games, or indeed all the way through
135.
to the final. It's all about how you position yourself for Saturday night, but during the week, you get to throw an equal amount of times.
It is the fairest of all
45.
fair playing fields here at the Super Series. No distractions, no excuses. It is down to you here.
There's a bit of a smile
100.
across my face there, Henry, because dart players are world champions at finding excuses. Trust me on that one. We could write a book
100.
of the
Ryan,
excuses
you
that I've
require
heard in the sport.
126.
Some of them are comical.
You have got all day sat together here in the commentary box to try and explain them all.
I think of some good ones. Don't you worry about that.
86.
Now, Ryan Murray has left tops after 12 here to level up, and McGeeney all the way back on 316, so they may not be too far back for much longer.
140.
Although he is going to get
Ryan, you
6
require 40.
at tops.
Game
But he
shot
only
on the
needs
second
the
leg.
1. That's a
Ryan
13
Murray.
darter for Ryan Murray. Gets us level at 1 apiece.
Yeah, that's a little bit better,
Third
isn't
leg,
it?
it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
They're the kind of legs that you really want to put in.
$59.
Well, they definitely got the memo this morning, these two. They were
59.
in the same colour. It's interesting to me because I'm very superstitious. A lot of sports people are. But if I had a good day yesterday, I would
100.
find a way to wash the shirt from yesterday and wear it again. But some players love a fresh look every single day. You'll see Daniel Klose today wearing a different colour.
57.
But a lot of dart players these days have a home strip and an away strip. Then there are people like me who just like to wear the same colour all the time because we're a bit regimented. That's what you're getting with
80.
McGeeney. He likes to wear this colour and this colour only.
Colours of Stockport County, which is, of course, where he's from.
140.
Yeah, Tony O'Shea is also an avid Stockport County fan, isn't he?
Loves it, doesn't he? How many times after a session at Lakeside would he go back to the hotel and put his Stockport County shirt on?
56.
To be honest, I think he probably had it underneath half of his garments that week.
$41.
Now, things have slowed down just a little bit from leg 2.
Just get the sense that both players are still trying to feed their way into it a wee bit.
One thing I will say,
60.
Henry, from my experience playing in the live league stuff behind closed doors, when it was this kind of format, sometimes playing
140.
a lot more
Mark
games during the day.
146.
you had a sense in your first game what kind of day you were going to have. And maybe these guys are thinking today is going to be hard work.
98.
It's never going to come easy.
Ryan, you requires 64.
But this is a huge opportunity here now for Ryan Murray to get his first break of throw.
Game shot on the third
That is a great
leg.
check out.
Ryan Murray.
Gets his chance, takes his chance. He was 1-0 down, but now at the halfway point, he's getting ever
Full flag,
closer
it's Ryan to throw
to
first.
creating that
Game on.
6-point gap between himself and his opponent in this first match of the day.
How crucial that could be at the end of proceedings. We were saying in the
140.
opening show on stage with Abby that McGeeney could be the one that could make a charge on day two. And so for Ryan Murray to potentially get opening points against him could do himself, not just himself, but Daniel Klose at the top of the table, a lot of favours as well.
Well, let's say McGeeney does get 8 points today. He
180.
might have to get 8 points if he loses this game. Murray's got himself a first maximum. But if Mark was to get 8 points
55.
after a defeat to Ryan, that would put him on 12 points. But he would really need Murray and Klose to slow down.
105.
But there's no slowing down here from the Scot, because 76 after 9, this is his best scoring performance so far.
Potential 11 dart leg, and he's getting better as the legs go on.
58. Ryan, you require 76.
Around 95 and a half here. 56 left. Tops a 3-1.
56.
But he is going to return with McGeeney back on 248.
One thing about the finishing yesterday of Murray is that it was around about the same sort of number as everybody for the day, 37%.
92.
That's very acceptable
Ryan,
here.
you require 20.
McGeeney was down at 28%.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Ryan Murray
is just too good right now with a second 13 darter in this opening match. He's not going to replicate what he did in match 1 yesterday.
First. Game on.
But in a funny sort of way, it's a better performance.
Not too far off, is it? And he's tended to be a visit in front of McGeeney at
58.
most junctures in this match.
Most of the time, we'll see groups like this average around 85 to 87 for the day. And maybe 1 in every 3 shots at double hit. Yesterday, we did have 85.05 as the group average, but the doubles at 37.5% were better than the norm.
100.
The ton plus checkouts were definitely better than the norm, having 10. But only 12 maximums from that group yesterday is under par by quite some distance. We usually have around 20 to 25 at least.
And I just wonder if you're the players that are coming into Group B and Group C, how would you have evaluated the opening day's performances from the 6 you've seen before you?
Interesting, but beatable.
100.
If you can have that really consistent day of averaging between, say, 90 and 93, which is something that Lucas Venig was very good at last week, then you could find yourself in a very good position
45.
of getting into Saturday. Speaking of good positions, Ryan right now is in a fantastic position.
125.
I'll tell you what, that is a really good 5. Because the last thing you want to do with those very long darts is find any portion of the flight of the first two shots. You'd much rather hit the 5
45.
than the 60.
Ryan, you require 55.
And so, to seal the opening rubber of the day, an impressive, emphatic style, double 10.
45. Mark, you require 153.
Well, Henry, you mentioned that McGeeney's biggest finish yesterday was 68. You could say that he might have needed that 153 to stay in this match.
So Murray's going to return for double 5 to seal the deal.
99. Ryan,
convincingly as well
10.
against McGeeney.
No
But
score.
it goes the other side into
Mark, you
double
require
12, and he's having some
54.
difficulties finishing off this match, and so McGeeney returns to 54.
He didn't think he was going to be throwing in this leg anymore.
44.
But that may be that early morning
Ryan, you
frustration
require
for Gladiator.
10.
And a return to double 5 for Muzz Lightyear.
Perfect guide.
Game,
Perfect
shots,
dart.
and the match.
And a perfect start
Ryan
to the
Murray.
day for Ryan Murray. Is it Muzz Lightyear that's going to make the march on day 2 here at the MODUS Super Series? Well, he's started as he means to go on. A 4-1 victory for him against Mark McGeeney with an average of 88.75, getting the game's solitary maximum 4 from 10 on the doubles, high out to 64. So it is victory for Ryan Murray in the first game of the day. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it's going to be our first visit to the hockey for Greg Ritchie and Rob Collins.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Ryan Murray has just recorded his second successive victory in Group A over Mark McGeeney. A 4-1 victory from him in that one means he's the first player to move on to 10 points following that really clinical display, an average just shy of 89 in that one. Muzz Lightyear, he lost the opening leg, but a 13-dart hold of throw to get his first leg of the day, and he really set the wheels in motion after that. A little bit of trouble getting over the line, but he held his nerve to get over it on double 5 there. You can see 40% checkout success in that one. As for Mark McGini, just 1 out of 6 on the outer ring. No high finishes in that one. Of course, we have seen 10 plus checkouts in Group A so far, none in that opening game of the match. However, we've got Greg Ritchie against Rob Collins coming up next for you in Group A. Greg, the 4-1 winner when the two met yesterday, and he finished day 1 with the highest checkout percentage of anyone in the group, 47% on the doubles in that match. So will he be as efficient today? We can find out in the company of Henry and Nico.
Yes, welcome back. And match number 2 today will be Greg Ritchie up against Rob Collins, who is wearing his Superman-style shirt today. Man of Steel, as he is known. 22-gram Red Dragon dart. Very individual shape to that dart as well. Up against the young Scot, 27-year-old from Musselburgh. who yesterday was fantastic on the outer ring, but maybe the scoring aspect just let him down a little bit. And if he can fix that, he may cause more problems for Rob Collins. As for this fixture yesterday,
First
it was
leg,
Greg
it's
who won.
to throw first. Game on.
Fairly comfortably by 4 legs to 1. It has to be said, one of the reasons why Greg's percentage for Tuesday, or for Monday,
93.
sorry, was so good was because of that win against Rob Collins yesterday, 80% on the doubles against Rob. And that will have made Greg feel a lot better about his day.
177.
But Collins starts like he wants to go on.
100.
Ritchie yesterday averaged 83.94 for the day. A best average of 91.4.
83.
Which strangely was a losing average. His only average over 90. Only the one maximum for the whole day. He'll want to fix that.
42.
Well, a couple of really good 116 checkouts in there for Monday as well. Maybe his highlight for the day.
27.
As for Collins, his running average for the day wasn't that dissimilar to Greg's. Around about a point better at 84.82.
99.
He did not go over the 90 mark yesterday in any performance. Only the 1 ton plus checkout, which was 101.
140.
And walked away from the day with
Greg,
the same points
167.
as Greg, which was 4 points, Henry.
Yeah, both know that they need to put on a bit of a push today and just up the level a little bit
40.
from yesterday. That's unlucky there from Greg. Although
Robbie
this is a
requires
more than sufficient
74.
enough start for Collins, leaving 74 after 12 against the darts. Wow, that is a criminal miss. All he needed was the big 16.
Yeah, he started with 177.
Greg, you
And
require
then towards the end of the leg, you miss a
127.
big 16. That will not make you feel good.
Well, even worse if Richie can take out the 127 in game. He can still do it if he can get the little red
on the
bit.
first leg.
And
Greg
that is a real
Ritchie.
steal. And look at what Collins made of that.
A real steal from the man of steel.
Second leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
Just more evidence that Greg Ritchie is a finishing monster. His biggest finish of the week so far.
98.
But not the biggest finish of everybody this week. We have had some big stuff. 160 yesterday from Peter Jacques. We had a 154 from Ryan Murray on that
39.
forgotten double 17. But one of the things I love about Rob Collins is that when he gets on this hockey,
100.
he gives everything he has and he shows it.
These are the characters you want to see here. There's no hiding place when Rob Collins plays in
52.
this tournament.
You make a good point, Henry, because there's no hiding place on the hockey. There's nobody who can help you here. You can ask the referee
43.
what you've got left, what you've scored. They can't tell you how to get it, and they can't help you through it. Darts in singles play is a lonely sport.
134.
And this is the most open and exposed arena in the game. It's a big space now. It's not a little room in
100.
Southampton. When it is behind closed doors Monday to Friday, it feels open, it feels exposed. You feel very vulnerable up there. And it's going to test every single fibre
93.
of your
Robbie
character and
require
being.
160.
Sometimes has the tendency to lose the line there, but that was really interesting.
82.
He didn't go out of rhythm, but he looked at the score whilst in motion. As to whether that was technically sound, I just don't know. I think maybe he should have stopped and gone through the motion whilst looking at the target.
96. Robbie requires 78.
It could potentially show perhaps a tendency of not concentrating fully. Tops.
58.
Just underneath.
Greg, you require
He's
87.
struggling to get a bit of a rhythm going this morning, Rob Collins, and Richie can mop up the pieces.
Just watch Collins if this goes.
Game shot on the second leg.
There you
Greg
go.
Ritchie.
Heart on sleeve stuff. And Rob Collins right now is feeling the wrath of the
Third leg, it's
finisher.
Greg to throw first. Game on.
I don't know if Greg Ritchie's got a nickname, but his fellow Scot, Sean McDonald, in 2021, I christened him the Punisher because he had a look
54.
about him that was very similar to the movie poster of the Punisher movie. He embraced it. What nickname are we going to give Greg Ritchie? Now, you can tweet us if you
59.
wish. At MSS Darts. Get in touch with myself or Henry and let us know what should be the nickname of this 27-year-old Scotsman. Well, the finisher isn't bad,
43.
but I like nicknames these days without the at the start. Just something a bit more concise. You know how Facebook used to be called the Facebook? And when you take the away, it just sounds better.
140.
So one-word nicknames for Greg Ritchie, answers on a postcard.
You look at the emotion that Rob Collins shows. I'm sure it's happened here before. But could you imagine a game between him and Richie Burnett?
125.
I'm pretty sure they have played each other.
We're going to have to find that video somewhere, haven't we? Dig it out as a VT.
Yeah, that gave me like a
98.
darting version of Dallas. Now, you might think, because of the lead that Greg has,
99.
he'll be averaging superbly. Well, he's actually averaging the same as yesterday, around the 84 mark. It's just when he gets to the outer ring, or in his case in this game,
41.
the centre button as well, he doesn't miss.
Just taking full advantage. He may be doing so again here to full effect, and he's racing his way towards a 3-0 lead. And Rob Collins, who lost his first game yesterday to Zip, may be staring the same scenario straight in the face.
65.
Collins
Greg,
does
you
have a
require
leg difference of
40.
-6. Greg's is +1. Double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
He's still visit
Greg
perfect, and
Ritchie.
3-0 right now is doing Greg a heap of good. He's reminding me of
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw
that
first.
famous
Game
golfer
on.
David Toms. David was never a long hitter of the ball. He was accurate, hitting fairways, laying up on par
60.
5s. But what a demon putter he was. Get him on the green and he would hole putts. That's exactly what Greg Ritchie's like. He's not a massive scorer, but get him on a finish,
57.
he'll finish the leg.
And ultimately, that is what's going to win you matches. And we're just starting to see now the averages swing in the other direction into Ritchie's favour. 85.09
96.
playing 82.65, now 83.3. But of course, Collins came out the blocks firing the first leg, didn't take the opportunities.
81.
Richie then took out the 1-2-7, and that's where the game has ultimately hinged.
I'm a big fan of
45.
good dart shirts, as everybody knows. And I'm trying to see the patterns on Rob Collins' shirt today. It's almost like that
39.
Carolina Panthers quarterback, Cam Newton. He used to have a celebration when he used to get a touchdown. He used to mimic ripping the shirt open and there being a Superman
45.
underneath. And that's exactly what's on the front. If you've got your Paul Nicholson bingo card going today, you've had the NFL mention, the golf mention, and we've just got the Simpsons
42.
to go, and we've got the trifecta.
You much of a Futurama fan?
No. It's pretty good, but it's not as good as the Simpsons. Oh, I
121.
was just going to give him the Oakley Dokley there if he hit the 180, but it's still a good leg.
We've had a full house from Nico, but not quite a full house there from Collins.
78.
We've got to have
Rob, you
some fun with it,
require
Henry.
134.
And that's what these guys have got to do as well. They've got to have fun with it, but they've got to somehow take the pressure away. This looks good.
114.
Almost banks it, but should he have gone for tops with Greg on 204? Debatable.
You can see the pros and cons of both, and to be fair, the reason
64.
why that second
Rob,
dart didn't go in the toss is because
20.
it deflected off of the first dart that hit the target. Well, that'd be a nice marker for Rob. But it
No
doesn't
score.
go, and can Ritchie
Greg, you require 140.
bookend the game with ton plus finishes? He got a 127 to get on the board. Can he finish it off with a 140? No is the answer.
Well, that's his tendency when he
84.
goes for the 16, has a
Rob,
miss.
you require 20.
Tends to be dragged to his left. Just slightly left for Rob.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Perfectly done.
Rob Collins.
When you play against Collins, it's never boring. It's not like playing a computer.
Fifth
You are
leg, it's Greg
definitely
to throw
playing a
first.
human
Game
being
on.
who has passion and emotion when you're on the other side of the oche. Now, some people don't like playing players like that, but
57.
come on. You got to enjoy it. And that's something that Rob has in spades. He just loves this game.
Let me entertain
99.
you. Want to have some fun. We want to enjoy the characters that are on show here at the Super Series, and boy, do we have some of them.
139.
Big Ritchie very much won as well. Some flamboyant finishing we've seen from him in the past here.
Just before I forget, Henry, you're going to be leaving us after
100.
today and taking a well-deserved break. Thanks for all of your hard work over the last month. It's been great having you here, but Chris Murphy will be back tomorrow. And let's have a nice
46.
sensible day today before the pun man comes back.
You said sensible, and then they've drafted us two in the commentary box together.
Yeah, we're definitely not sensible.
56.
We're self-confessed dartaholics.
I go to bed dreaming of the break music now. I've been here that long.
Yeah, not the only one.
86.
Now, will Greg go to 19s now that he's left 173? If he gets 7 of them, he will leave tops.
140.
He's not going to deny a chance to get like 5 for Rob, because he's done very well to leave 106. And so far this week, we have not seen anybody
53.
win
Rob, you
from
require
3-0 down.
106.
Rob could be on a bit of a charge.
However, Richie is going to return. Is he going to go
27.
3 tops? Is he
Greg,
going to
you
go for the
require
Everest shot?
120.
He's looking pretty high. Well, yesterday he got
80.
216
Rob, you require
checkouts.
79.
2 different ways. So he is a bit flexible in that department. This must go, and Rob knows it.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
What a dart
Rob
that
Collins.
is. What a dart. I think it's had a bit of help from the first in the double 11, but goodness gracious me.
6th leg, it's Rob to throw
That one was a bit
first.
wobbly.
Game on.
I would love to see that one again. It had the assist from dart number 2, which just missed the double 11. But I guarantee you, the outside wire of the board was hanging on to the point of his dart for dear life. It was never going to fall on the floor.
119.
But if you flick that with your fingertip, it would have fallen.
It was like a tooth which he was just waiting to
140.
be collected out of the mouth. Just wobbling and wobbling and wobbling, waiting to give way.
140.
Right now, Greg's thinking, please just get rid of this game. Best of 7 is a sprint format. It is a format that these players will play an awful
60.
lot. Not only here, but elsewhere. They will know the intricacies of this format. And they will know that even at 3-0 up, you are not safe.
100. Rob, you require 167.
Because you can do what Rob Collins has done here and flick the switch.
59.
And suddenly,
Greg, you require 142.
if Greg Ritchie doesn't take out this 142, Collins could be favourite for the match. He can take out this 108 and send us all the way, and that's a bounce out at
42.
the least opportune time.
Rob, you
As you can
require
see, the dart
108.
finds its way onto the floor.
Still did the right thing in leaving the 2 darter even after the bounce out. And he is going to get a look at the 100.
60.
Couldn't convert 120 for the
Greg, you
match.
require 100.
How about the little cousin of 120? Look north. But if he does have a
45.
weakness
Rob, you
in his game,
require
it is
48.
that sometimes he under-delivers the dart and it goes short. Double top for Collins.
Game shot.
It's
on the
now
sick
3-3.
play. Rob Collins.
There is that aggression from Man of Steel. And he is now the aggressor.
7th and final leg.
You would
It's Greg
say
to throw
now
first.
he is the
Game
favourite
on.
despite being the player who throws second in this 7th and deciding leg. Greg Ritchie raced into a 3-0 lead. It looked as if he was the one and only victor in this
100.
particular match. Rob Collins has taken advantage of the opportunities when it's been presented to him, and maybe now is making a charge
100.
towards the finishing line.
It's not going to have a massive bearing on our Group A table, this match. I know it's strange of me to say that, but stay with me.
100.
Collins and Richie are both on 4 points. So it's not one of those 4-pointer matches, you could say. It's about positioning yourself going into round
43.
2. Whoever loses this leg still has a chance to revive their Tuesday, but you want to start with that win to get things going in the right direction.
93.
To make sure that you can get a little bit closer to Ryan Murray, who's on 10 points. This is exactly what you want. Beautifully done. First maximum of the match comes in leg 7.
Timed to perfection. And Greg Ritchie needs another here. You said gets another here. And suddenly it's a Scot who's the favourite.
That was an excellent answer to that maximum from the West Sussex
58.
player.
Greg, you requires 74.
Well, this time it's Collins who's languished on 120. Richie, in this match, has found 75% of his doubles.
54. Rob, you require 120.
But that could be a costly miss. Let's find out as Collins goes for tops to steal the game.
80.
One match dart missed
Greg, you
by both
require
players.
20.
And it is Ritchie who returns for double 10
Game
to get
shot,
over the line
and the match.
in the end
Greg
by 4 legs to
Ritchie.
3. He raced into a 3-0 advantage against Rob Collins before the Man of Steel pulled his way back into the game, and it looked as if in the final leg he might be favourite to close out victory. But Greg Ritchie with an 82.52 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and that high checker, a 127 in the opening leg, which swung the game in the first parts, is the reason why he is the victor by 4 legs to 3. He wins the opening dust up between the pair. After the break, Daniel Klose, the German, could get himself onto 10 points if he can get the better of the player at the bottom of the group going into today's session, Peter Jacques.
and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Greg Ritchie come through a last leg decider to get his third victory in Group A. The game got off to a superb start. An error from Collins gave Greg Ritchie a chance. He obliged with a 1-2-7 in game on the bull to take that opening leg. As you can see, that was the highest checkout of the match. The prolific finishing that was such a key in his two victories yesterday was again crucial, especially early on in that one. Collins, for large parts, the better scorer, but he was certainly frustrated by his opponent and the way he was mopping up legs early on. He managed, of course, to force that last leg decider, but when it mattered, Ritchie held his nerve, scored heavily, and got over the line in that one. As I mentioned, it is his third victory in Group A. That moves him on to 6 points in the table. Up next, though, we've got Dan Klose up against Peter Jacques. Of course, it was Dan Klose who came out on top in this one yesterday. But as we said at the top of the show, I think we may find out a little bit more about Klose today than we did yesterday. He was the 4-0 victor in this one yesterday, with arguably his best performance of the day in that one. But what can Peter Jacques do to keep his hopes of qualifying from Group A alive? Let's find out in the company of Paul and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. So the players that bookended the table following the end of the first day's play, playing the final game of the first round of Day 2 here at the Super Series. As we see, the 42-year-old Daniel Klose, the man who topped the group overnight. An impressive debut day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Over against Peter Jacques, 49, from Denby Dale, the Terrier, twice a Challenge Tour event winner. And we are expecting big things from him on Day 2 here. He was the bookmakers' favourite to get out of Group A following the, well, before play began yesterday. As you can imagine, he has slipped in the odds. Now 17-2 to do so. But when you have a player like Peter Paul, who had a bit of a struggle on Day 1, they can be such a dangerous quantity going into the subsequent days.
Yes, that's very true. But I love what yourself and Abby have already said about Daniel today. We are learning about Daniel and what he can possibly do. Yesterday was a very tidy start. But what
96.
other levels does he have? That's the question I'm posing for him today. I've walked past him a couple of times this morning. He's very quiet. Just wants to get on with his job. Wants to be a thorn in the side
96.
of all of the English-speaking players today, and why not? But maybe he's ignorant to the fact that he was able to put away a very dangerous player in Game 13 yesterday. Peter Jacques, for me, was the most dangerous player coming into Monday. He finished in 6th position. And for me, that was because of his
59.
lack of scoring prowess on Monday. He only averaged 83 for the day. That's well down on what we think he can do. In my opinion, that's about 7 points behind where he feels he should be.
180.
So maybe the response will be found by the Terrier. And the question is, does Daniel have in his locker enough to take care of that Peter Jacques?
We asked this question of his compatriot Franz Roach last week here, and we didn't get conclusive answers. However, I would say, even though Franz has a higher ceiling than Daniel, I think Klose has a more consistent level than perhaps Franz has.
That poses a very interesting question. If you were a dart player, would you rather be consistent at around that 88 level? Or would you rather be a bit more explosive with the potential for a few nightmare matches?
41. Daniel, you required 24.
Well, answer that question in the second leg, because Klose was double 12. Two perfect darts on the wire.
Game shot on the first
and there's
leg.
no way
Daniel
he
Klose
couldn't find the doubles bed with the third to close out his opening leg of the day. And to perhaps pile Peter's misery on at the beginning of day 2.
Daniel's got the darts on Tuesday.
85.
Yesterday when he beat Peter. It was by 4-0. That was a real shock. It was a really consistent performance. Just under the 90 average, 50% on the doubles.
57.
But if I was to answer my own question about whether I'd want the consistency at a lower level or maybe that explosive nature,
121.
I'd probably want to be explosive. Because I'd want to put in those real eye-watering performances. It's all well and good being that 88 average player, and that might be good enough to get you through a group this week. But like I said to Abby earlier, I just don't know if it's going to win the week.
Because it's a sprint come Saturday night. And you can join us on Saturday night here at the Super Series. Tickets are available. It's www.dartshop.tv to see some fantastic darts just like that. Thank you very much, Peter, for proving the point.
This is a better leg, isn't it? This is more like it, Peter. Couple of maximums. Scoring better.
41.
He didn't need me to
Peter,
tell
you
him
require 150.
last night or this morning that it was the scoring that let him down yesterday. He knows. He knows his game better than anybody. How's his finishing?
75.
Good attempt.
Didn't need to take it out. Daniel Klose back on 2-2-3.
Peter Jacques' best leg yesterday was a 15-darter, and he got 3 of them. He was the only person yesterday not to get a 13 or 12 darter.
66. Peter, you require
How about
40.
we change that?
Game shot on
There
the
you
second
go.
leg.
All
Peter
change.
Jacques.
Peter Jacques finally gets in on the act of the 12 and 13 darters. His best leg of the week so far, right there.
Third leg, it's Daniel to throw first.
Already 2 maxims
Game
to
on.
his name. Average of 101.5. And Daniel Klose is pretty much at the level he's been at all week. Number 4.
180.
Well, if you had a little bit of a flutter this morning on more than 2.5 180s in this match, you're in the money.
100.
Let us remind you that that's for over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly, and begambleaware.org is the website you need for more information on that. Stick with us for all of the information you need on the Group A table.
99.
As far as Daniel's concerned, he's from Bavaria in southern Germany, from a place called Beckhofen. Can't say that I know a
61.
great deal or anything about that place. I know it's near Nuremberg. And before you say anything, yes, I have checked via a smart device.
Probably one of the few parts of Germany I haven't been to by now.
I have been to Nuremberg. Did an exhibition there with Mikhail Unterbuchner. That was fun. That was at a soft tip darts festival in Nuremberg. That was a phenomenal Saturday.
59. Daniel, you require 137.
Will it be a terrific Tuesday for Klose? Will this be a terrific finish? Not on this particular occasion.
80.
I bet you were well liked to that exhibition with Mikhail there. They do like to get behind the German players.
Yeah, I don't think I was that unpopular, but they were definitely in Mikhail's corner.
Daniel, you
We had a great
require
match at the end.
57.
He beat me by 5 legs to 4, and he took it 148 in the last leg when I was sitting on the double. Superb shot. Is this? Double 10 for a 15-darter.
Game
That
shot
is
on
a
the
really
third
good leg of
leg.
darts.
Daniel Klose.
A fuss-free 15-dart leg to retake the lead. I just get the feeling that maybe
Fourth leg, it's Peter to throw first.
if he is going to be
Game on.
ultra consistent this week, if he can pick off the odd 15-darter like that, he can defend really well.
60.
I've said for years, Henry, there's no defence in darts. There's only offence. But if you can defend your throw with good offence, if you know what I mean, you're going to be difficult to beat. Look at this guy.
177.
Is he the Jose Mourinho of darts? Where he can perhaps every now and then part the bus, defend a little
85.
bit, and then when he has to get the leg on the counter-attack, he goes and does it.
Well, I think there's only one Jose Mourinho in darts, and that's maybe Jose de Sousa. but is Daniel Klose the Julian Nagelsmann, maybe?
180.
Or is he the number 9? Is he the striker? And he's already got rid of the treble 19.
60.
2 more treble 20s for double 12.
144.
We're all behind you, Daniel. Great attempt. Best attempt at a 9 this week so far.
41.
And that would have been so typical. I was talking about him being steady, and then he goes and nails the 9.
Even then, he showed no emotion.
43.
After those 6 perfect
Don't you
darts.
require 103.
Just getting on with the job. I do not want to play cards against this guy. He's impossible to read. And he's very flexible at leaving different doubles around the board.
87.
But maybe Tuesday is bringing us a new level.
And perhaps we were speaking very negatively about where his level could be. Maybe we should have been more glass half full, that he could actually go up
28.
levels on
Don't
Tuesday.
You require
You might be
16.
right. We thought that maybe yesterday was his ceiling. Starting to realise that it maybe isn't his ceiling. Peter Jacques is in even more trouble here in his 6th game of the week.
12.
There's a lot of exhaling going on with Peter right now.
140.
And that action
Daniel, you require
seems
4.
to be getting a bit more shouldery the more frustrated he gets. Double 2. Just guided over the top. Bit too high.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And that will be a big
Daniel
sigh of
Klose.
relief for Daniel. He may not show it, but when you've had an attempt at a 9-darter, when you miss it, all you want to do is get the leg, and it's difficult to come down
Gets Daniel to throw
from that
first.
3rd visit
Game on.
to getting the job done. That's why I always respect the guys who miss the double for the 9 and then take it out in 10. Just goes to show what kind of adrenaline management they have.
From 9-darter to double 1, but it doesn't matter. They all count the
43.
same. Although, that's a little bit of a slip with the darts. It may have just opened up the door for Peter Jacques a little bit here.
Are you trying to tell me you've never
40.
seen a 10-darter on double 1? The old MVG special.
Indeed.
Yeah, the 180, 139, 180 double 1. And he was the first person I ever saw do that. So I think it's fair to say we'll call that the
140.
MVG special.
I take you've not tried to attempt it.
Got to get a 180 first.
24.
So what we're saying when you play maybe back against the 180 markets.
I'm not saying anything. You don't expect much. You won't be disappointed.
44.
Bit of a change of kit here today for Daniel Klose as well. Bit more Bayern Munich in it. I don't want to tempt fate. He probably supports a different team.
58.
But he is from Bavaria, so it's an educated guess. There just seems to be a little bit of angst in the aura of Jacques today. Obviously not happy with how things went on Monday.
100.
As for Tuesday, it just doesn't seem to be happening again. Is he giving himself too much to do?
If he is a beloved Bayern Munich fan, they're taking on Victoria Pilsen tonight in the Champions League. Imagine that we've got a player that supports Bayern Munich and a player whose local team is Bognor Regis Town, the same group. Who would have thought that'd ever be used in a sentence on commentary?
There you go.
134.
Great performance, this. I know his average has come down a little bit in the last leg and a half. Bear in mind he started impeccably in the previous leg, but again, it's consistent. Yes, he's missed a few doubles in this match. But as long as he hits 4, he doesn't care.
20.
And he hasn't hit the 4th yet.
require 113.
This is just to stay in it for Jacques.
Wow, this would be some save.
93.
But it's not, and so Klose can close it out now with double 10 to put himself on to 10 points. He's 10 points away.
10.
And still,
Peter, you require 20.
and Peter Jacques has a break chance here on double 10.
Game shot on the fifth.
Yeah, very well
leg.
done by Peter, but he should
Jacques.
never have got that shot. Simple as that. Maybe the first sign of real
Sixth leg,
fragility
it's
from
Peter to throw
Daniel.
first. Game on.
This game should be done and dusted, but he's now missed 15 darts at a double in this match. And a change of tactic
95.
from the Terrier, using the 19s first. It's a very old school tactic, that. When I started playing Super League back in the late 90s, I found out pretty quickly from the older generation that if the treble 20 doesn't work, the treble 19 can be a good plan B.
100.
And Peter Jacques is using that plan right now. And it seems to be working pretty well.
95.
Just having a look at Klose's stats compared to yesterday in this match. He's 23 percentage points down on the checkouts. He's about 2 points down on his average. Well, that's going to go up if he keeps hitting trebles just like
140.
that. The 140 there. He's actually hit as many 180s in this particular game as he hit in the whole of yesterday with 3.
That's a really interesting statistic,
69.
that one. 5 games yesterday, 3 180s. He's not even finished his first match and he's got 3 here. Darts are such an unpredictable animal.
$41.
However, there's a huge opening now for Peter Jacques to take us the distance. And we saw in our previous game,
57.
Greg Ritchie was leading 3-0 before being pegged back to 3 apiece against Rob Collins. Are we about to see something similar in this match?
Peter won his first game yesterday. If you'd have said to him at that
37.
point that he would only have the 1 win, he wouldn't have believed us. Back to plan A up top.
56.
It's not going well for Peter, unfortunately. He is first to a finish, though. Fair to say that Daniel is not finishing at the same sort of level as his namesake, Miroslav. But
Peter,
that
you require 129.
is a brilliant cross to the box.
However, it might be headed away because Jacques could
89.
possibly get a score of his
Daniel
own, but
required 24.
Klose's back to finish it off. Double 12.
Game,
To do
shot, and
just
match.
that.
Daniel Klose.
And Daniel Klose finds himself on 10 points here in Group A. He's keeping tabs with Ryan Murray at the very top of the table. He does it with an average of 84.33. 3 maximums, 5 between the pair in that match. 4 from 20 though on the doubles will be a cause of concern, and the high out there being 57. So Klose finds himself on 10 points. Peter Jacques is left rooted right at the very bottom of the Group A table. When we return, it's going to be a mid-table battle between Mark McGeeney and Rob Collins.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Dan Klose get his first victory of this morning's session, his 5th victory in total in the Super Series. There you can see confirmation of 4-2 victory for him. He did tease us, didn't he, going 6 into the 9, but having consistently produced in the mid to high 80s yesterday, there we can see another average just below 85 in that one. He's maybe proven a few things today though, because he reacted really well to a few setbacks in that match. As you can see, his checkout percentage will be a cause for concern for the German in that one. As for Peter Jacques, he scored better than he did yesterday. Of course, in the entirety of yesterday's play, just hit the 180. As you can see, he's got 2 to his name already in this session. 50% on the outer ring for Jacques, but he may have left too much to do in Group A if he is to qualify as the outright winner. It looks like we can see on the table he is now getting stranded at the bottom on 2 points. It looks like Jacques is playing for a place in Group B. Of course, a reminder that everyone else aside from the top player in Group A will go into Groups B and C on Thursday and Friday of this week's action. So then next up we've got Rob Collins against Mark Mcguini. Of course, both players defeated in their opening games of this morning's session. Rob Collins losing out in that last leg decider, but he's not had too much time to dwell on that defeat. He's up against Mark Mcguini in this one. So to talk you through, again, it is over to Nico and Henry.
Thanks, Abby. Time to see who's trying to keep pace with the top dogs in Group A. 2 competitors here who are on 4 points. And like Abby said, has Rob Collins had enough time to get over that somewhat heartbreaking loss to Greg Ritchie in match 2, where he did have a match start? Now, if you'd have offered him a match start at 3-0 down, he would have taken it, but he wasn't able to bank that one shot, and it was the only one he got. But the 50-year-old from Stockport had a slow start in match 1 against Ryan Murray, hence why he's on 4 points
Gets Rob to throw
with
first.
Rob Collins.
Game on.
So 2 points up for grabs here. And whoever wins it will be on 6 alongside Greg Ritchie. Still 4 points behind the top 2.
You're getting the sense that this is must-win territory for the pair. The loser here could conceivably go 8 points adrift going into the next round of fixtures.
81.
Doesn't sound very good, does it, Henry? 8 points adrift on Tuesday morning. Doesn't paint a very good picture.
A lot of ground to make up, even at the halfway point.
140.
And Murray takes on Jacques in the next game, the player at the bottom of the table. And then Klose takes on Greg Ritchie, which could be a game that puts Ritchie well within touching distance or puts the
36.
top pair up and away.
We are getting to the stage where players like Collins and McGeeney are hoping for a result to go their way. Or should I say, results, plural. That again, like saying 8 points adrift,
85.
is not
Robbie
good.
Required 124.
Your confidence is not going to be really brimming at the minute, but you can do yourself some favours. Oh, hello.
Game shot on the first leg.
Okay.
Rob Collins.
That one's left me slightly speechless. It's a pretty cool finish.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw
Now, Mark was on
first. Game on.
299. So why would you try and leave double 2?
Because he got it.
Well, there are quite a few downsides to going that route.
125.
There is one upside, and he found it. Now, if you look at some of the darts he's thrown at double today, they've been very
60.
good. But if you drag that shot left or right, you could bust the score. That's why people don't go that route. But maybe Rob Collins, very much like his dart shirt, he's just going to uncover
96.
the exhibitionist, the person who's going to do things a little bit differently. He's already gone for it. A 2 double top finish when he didn't need to today. Is that going to be his
60.
tactic then? Is he going to start doing that?
May have just decided, you know what, I'm just going to go for it today. Attack everything, find everything, hit everything possible.
Do you know who Rob reminds me of?
140.
He reminds me of a stage actor who gets on that stage and starts being quite flamboyant. And when he has a bad shot, he gesticulates and he says,
180.
to be or not to be. And on that occasion, it was to be.
I used to be a thespian once.
What happened?
Exited stage left.
45.
I won't tell you the time I went to the panto in the crowd and I may have pulled the dame.
No comment.
45. Mark, you require
Not the ideal approach
95.
from 201 there. Based on what I was saying earlier in the leg, it may not to be. Because double top for Mcguini
75.
could have brought us level.
Rob, you require 156.
Well, there's only one way you can get this. It's this way. It's up there.
138.
There's only one way you can get
Mark,
156.
you require 20.
So he had no other option, and he almost banked it. Would have been his biggest finish of the week so far.
One left.
Game
And if
shot
we're
the
carrying
second
on the
leg.
theme of Shakespearean
Mcguini.
sonnets, well, we got two darters, both alike in dignity, here at the Live Lounge where we set the scene,
Third
and we
leg
are
gets Rob to
level
throw
at one
first.
apiece
Game
here
on.
in this duel between the Man of Steel and the Gladiator, the stuff that Shakespeare would have loved to have written about.
140.
I heard a line from the great Sid Waddell last week in the build-up to the World Grand Prix in Leicester. And it was all about a bull 25 bull finish from Dennis Priestley against Kevin Painter.
85.
And it was something along the lines of, he couldn't get the last start in if he was Houdini covered in Vaseline. Boy, do I miss that man.
45.
Yeah, it's been a really difficult 12 months for the sport of darts. We've lost some greats of the game. Gone but not forgotten, that is for sure. It's been over a year now since we lost Kyle Anderson.
121.
We lost our friend John Gwynn this year. And going towards the autumn of 2022,
43.
it's nice just to look back on the air and remember who's no longer with us. And to be grateful that we are still here and watching the sport that we love.
It's nice when you mention those
96.
names. I think everyone still has a smile on their face and you remember the good times. It says a lot, not just about the job they did in the sport, but the people they were.
121.
Yeah, a bit of a poignant moment for Tuesday, that. Makes you very happy to be here. Now, Mcguini
125.
is starting to knit
Rob, you
something
require
together.
152.
But his biggest issue is that Collins is playing much better.
60.
But here's
Mark,
the
you
crux of
require
what I've just
74.
said. McGeeney's finding a way, even though his average is 13 less than his opponent.
And he finish it off on top.
34.
No, he can't. And so
Rob, you
Collins
require
overturned
92.
for the 92. And despite the dominance in scoring, it's been these middle-of-the-road outshots
Game
that
shot on
Collins
the
has had
third
to
leg.
pin.
Rob Collins.
A 1-2-4 in the opening leg, a 92 in the third.
Fourth leg.
And
It's
it's
Mark to
academic.
throw
He finds
first.
himself
Game
2-1
on.
up. But despite the scoring dominance at the start of a leg, it's been the two-thirds portion, the middle towards the start of the finishing range, where he's found himself unstuck a little bit.
125.
Well, here's where Rob really needs to find this kind of performance just a bit more often. He's had some great performances when he's been with us over
41.
the last 18 months, but in fairness, he's not found it as much this year than last year. But right now, a mid-90s average, 50% on the doubles. That's where you
45.
expect to be 3 legs into a match. It will give you a great opportunity of a win most of the time. Obviously, there's going to be times where
45.
someone's going a little bit crackers by putting in one of those ridiculous averages. Like Ryan Murray yesterday, he could have posted something well in excess of 110, but had to settle for 101. But this is where you want to be all the time. 90 plus, very prolific on the outer ring. And it doesn't tend to happen for Rob as much as he would like.
You actually look at that average there, and you compare it to what we have seen so far today, it is above and the rest of what we've seen. In fairness, the players are kind of playing to the same level we saw yesterday. It's been like Groundhog Day at the Super Series.
98.
It's actually one of my favourite movies.
A bit like Groundhog Day here at the Super Series.
It's Groundhog Day.
140.
He really does live every dart, doesn't he, Rob? McGeeney looking to draw level. And 108. He had a few times yesterday, and every single time he has it, he goes for the Shanghai 18s,
96.
which has become a somewhat unfashionable route. Most people these days like the 19s.
Mcguini will just be happy with a routine double six here to get us level at 2 apiece, despite averaging 10 points less than his opponent. But he is keeping tabs with Collins, and we are level at 2 apiece. The averages are only just a guide in this game. There is a disparity of 14 points.
Game on.
But it's irrelevant because the hold of throw has been oh so crucial.
140.
And it's Collins who has that particular honour here in the 5th. A reminder, after this, we're going to see the 2 players at the top of the group on 10 points in action. Ryan Murray takes on Peter Jacques. And then Danielle Klose takes on Greg Ritchie.
Well, as everybody knows who tunes in and watches us on Sporty Stuff TV or our international viewers around the world, we always like to have a little bit of fun with our audience. So I want you guys to get in touch today, if you can, via your smart devices. The quickest way is through our social channel, Twitter. I'd like to know, if you're up for a little bit of fun, of the players we've got in Group A,
60.
Who would be their Simpsons character? Now, I've got a really good one for Rob Collins, because one of Nelson's pals is called Kearney.
96.
And I think it's a pretty befitting character. So Henry's going to have a little bit of a think about Ryan Murray
57.
and Peter Jacques after this. But I'd love to see what you guys think at home as we look at a big fish opportunity. That wasn't the best lie for Mark. Would have been a lot more gettable had that dart been in the lower portion of that treble 20, but albeit a very, very good approach. And that's exactly what he needs now to get the jump on Rob Collins, who has been the better player statistically. But Mark could be in the lead.
An unlikely lead based on the stats.
It was double 18 that cost him the Lakeside Championship.
Game shot,
but it doesn't cost him leg 5. A beautiful third dart to take that leg in 15 darts. And now the 3-2 lead. 6 points for him in the table is very possible.
Game on.
Big couple of legs coming up for the pair. The loser will be playing mighty catch-up at the halfway point in this group.
59.
Even the winner will still have a bit of work to do.
Do you know who McGeeney's
60.
Simpsons character would be?
Go on.
You got to be a real Simpsons nut to know this one. It would be the detective McGonagall. Because his name starts with an MC.
140.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
I know it's a bit of a niche subject,
140.
but it creates a little bit of fun. There aren't any dart players in The Simpsons. We've never had a dart player voice in The Simpsons like that.
Maybe you could change that.
That would be pretty cool.
128.
Just like the possible 168 that Mark tried to get there, maybe staying on the treble 18 for the 162 as the player. But let's marvel at the fact that Mcguini has made a real move, not just in this game, but in his performance levels from game 1 to game 2. He's upped his average by about 16 points.
And he's upped it towards the
44.
tail end of this
Rob,
match.
you
It's been
require
around 82, 83 for the
161.
most part. It's now 87.5. And Rob Collins has to take out this 161. It's not going to go. And despite averaging over 94,
Mark, you require 130.
he's 130 points away from defeat. So that was a great bit of setup play from the man of steel. Needs a treble here, McGeeney, which would have given him a dart at the ball. And so Rob Collins will return for double 12
58.
after 12
Robbie
to send us the
24.
distance.
Again. Collins lost 4-3 in his first game.
12.
But there is still a possibility he
Mark,
could
you
lose this one
require
4-2.
72.
First match start belongs to McGeeney. Collins can barely watch.
32.
But now you can look.
Robbie requires
Because he's going to return. 2 sixes for leg 6.
That is an awful lie. The only shot left is top 10%.
No score.
He could barely see that double.
Mark, you
If
require
he'd have hit that,
40.
that would have been dart of the week so far.
Tops for McGeeney.
Game,
And the
shot,
Gladiator
and the
is
match.
looking to make
Mark
his mark on
McGeeney.
Group A, and he moves himself on to 6 points, courtesy of a 4-2 victory over Rob Collins. McGeeney with an average of 83.34, Collins 90 bang on, but it is the statistics in terms of checkouts that ultimately swung the game. 2 out of 10 for Collins, despite a 1-2-4 checkout in the opening leg, compared to McGeeney's 4 out of 15. And so it is the former Lakeside finalist Mark McGeeney who moves on to 6 points in Group A. Ryan Murray is looking to get his way onto 12. He can do so with victory against Peter Jacques.
Hello and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Mark McGeeney get his first win on day 2 of Group A here at the Super Series. There you can see confirmation of 4-2 victory for him. Rob Collins actually got off to the better start in that one, doing something quite remarkable in leg 1, both finishing a 1-2-4 on double 2 and, more remarkably, leaving the lads in the commentary box speechless. McGeeney doing well, though, to respond in leg 2 and to keep chipping away in general. As you can see, it was Rob Collins who had the superior average in that one. He did so for the majority of the match, but McGeeney managed to keep hold of his coattails and get the win in that one. A really crucial victory for McGeeney. We can see what that does to the league table. There you can see confirmation, McGeeney on 6 points, level with Greg Ritchie in that respect. Next up, we do have the league leader, Ryan Murray. You can see he's got the best leg difference and he's on 10 points, joint with Daniel Klose at the moment. He's taking on the player sat bottom at the moment in Peter Jacques, who'll be encouraged by certain aspects of his game in his opening match of the day, scoring better. It's just that finishing that was letting him down in the opening match of the day. So then let's get this one underway in the company once again of Henry and Nico.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so Ryan Murray looking to become the first player in this group to reach 12 points up against Peter Jacques, who's looking to get his second win of the week. 35-year-old Ryan Murray, former PDC Tour card holder, made the World Championships at the Alexandra Palace in 2021 up against Jacques, 49, former Challenge Tour winner is the Terrier. But for who, Paul Nicholson? Are they going to finish the second round of fixtures with a win?
Yeah, this is a really interesting round now, with McGeeney getting himself on 6 points alongside Greg Ritchie, who has that game in hand next against Klose. But I think all of us
First
now
leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Are looking at the top 2 to see if they will falter. There is a risk by the end of maybe round 3 that this could be a 2-horse race in this group. And I didn't think I was going to be saying that 24 hours ago when everybody was so tightly packed at the start of Monday.
The cracks are becoming apparent here in Group A, and there is a real
140.
seismic split between the players at the top and the midfield, and it's beginning to develop even more as the matches go along.
99.
We've had a few tweets about players looking like Simpsons characters or representing Simpsons characters. We've had a really good one about our host, Abby
140.
Davies. Mindy Simmons. Bit of a hipster Simpsons character, that one, but a very good shout.
140.
But the one that really made me laugh is one of our referees is called Owen Binks. And somebody has said he looks like Millhouse. But then
60.
it could be the case of everything's coming up Millhouse. Keep them coming. It's always nice to have a bit of fun on a Tuesday alongside some great darting action.
60.
But I get the feeling,
PC
Henry,
require 161.
things have been lifted just a little bit today. And that might be something to do with getting closer to the finishing mark in Group A.
90. Ryan,
Maybe there are a few extra nerves out there. But that should bring up the best of these players.
You get a bit more of a poise, a bit more of a focus, and you may see moments just like this 1-2-4
PT requires
where
71.
you know what you're playing for now, and so you can set your eyes and set your targets exactly on that. And Peter Jacques is going to set his sights, sets his targets on double 16, gets it for an opening leg breaker throw within 14 darts. As clean as you like.
Second leg, it's Pete's to throw first. Game on.
I don't mean this to sound in any way, shape or form nasty, but that last leg was about as fuss-free as we've seen from Jacques in the last couple of days. Now, he has had a better leg than that so far today, but that one just seemed a lot easier.
100.
And I just wonder at this point and this juncture where Pete can just relax. No one's expecting him now to get through. There'll be a little bit of an expectation from himself to see if he can make a late run. But maybe just now throw a bit more freedom than maybe he has done
60.
the last day and a half.
Well, where would you rather be on the leaderboard? Would you rather have the 10 points or would you rather have the 2? Let's face it, there is more pressure
120.
on Ryan Murray and Daniel Klose now than there is on Peter. From a fan's perspective, from a player's perspective, from a commentator's perspective.
100.
We can say confidently that Ryan and Daniel are now expected to battle it out for this group. Just like
83.
Peter is not expected to challenge. So if he can remove that pressure and say, I just want to make the top 3 now, you never know what might happen.
140.
Let's say he wins every game from here and gets 18 more points. He'll finish on 20. And you said to me yesterday, Henry, that 18 points will win this group.
Ryan, you
so
require 101.
he's not out of it yet.
101 for Murray. Needs the treble 19. Doesn't get it. So Jake's now on the
49.
cusp
Peter
of a 2-0 lead if he can
25.
convert the 25. 2 8s. Double 4.
17.
And so Murray returns to one
Ryan,
apiece,
you
and this could be a
require
huge
52.
moment right from the get-go.
Double top it is with a 28-gram dart in
Game shot on
hand.
the second leg.
Only
Ryan
needs
Murray.
56 grams to take care of leg number 2. 1 leg apiece.
Third
and
leg, it's Ryan
Jake's,
to throw first.
if he is
Game on.
starting to think, I just want to look towards the top 3 now, he's still going to have to be close to perfect. He can't afford to lose much from here. But if you look at the leg
45.
difference gap between himself and Murray, for example, it is the biggest difference in the table because minus 12 for Jacques, plus
83.
11 for Ryan Murray. So a difference of 23 legs of darts, and we're not even at the halfway point of the group. That really does tell a story.
93.
Massively so. As we have a look at the action of the Terrier. Here's an old school
60.
action, aim up, pull back, release.
And not that dissimilar from the side view, actually. There's a little bit of a rocking motion. Not too much. But when the dart goes forward, there is a tensing of the core to stop them from moving forward too much. But you can
98.
see Peter's got that all too common leaning on dart 3. And the only way you find out that you have that is to have somebody film your throat.
40.
Some of the greatest players in the world have got it. But it is a common fault.
That's what I love about this new side-on
60.
angle we have here at the Super Series. We can ultra-analyse everything that the players do in terms of their action, their intricacies.
129.
And there are players who look back on their matches and listen to what we're saying and look at the footage just to get a gauge on what they're doing right and what they're doing
26.
wrong.
Ryan,
It's
you
not really
require
for me to say
98.
what is right and wrong, but there are fundamentals in the skill of throwing a dart. That's what coaches do. They
38.
analyze what people do and look for possible small changes that can be made to improve in their performance.
Well, Maya will be hoping for a small change in the scoreline.
134.
And he's going to have to
Ryan, you
convert this
require
60 following
60.
that brilliant visit from Peter Jacques to leave himself on tops, which is the target that Murray wants. Down for double 10. The first dart was
50.
a blocker. And the final one
Peter
goes
required
inside. And so
40.
Jacques, for a third consecutive break in this match, wants the target Murray's just missed.
Doesn't look too positive.
20. Ryan, you require
He looks
10.
a bit beaten up mentally from the last day and a half. Still double 5.
5.
And Murray does not find
Peter, you require 20.
what he was looking for.
Game shot on the
But
third
Peter
leg.
Jacques does.
Peter Jacques.
And it is a third consecutive break. It's a breakathlon here at the Super Series as Jacques leads Murray by 2 legs to 1.
Fourth
And
leg, it's Pete's
the
to throw
two players
first.
that are
Game
playing
on.
next, Greg Ritchie and Daniel Klose, will be watching this with some intrigue in the practice room if Peter Jacques can get
100.
himself a victory here and keep Murray exactly where he is.
Can you think of any
59.
other sports people with the surname Jacques? There's a famous cricketer, wasn't there? With the surname Jacques. Wasn't he Australian?
100.
Was this before my time?
Not really. If we look at the spelling of his surname, it's got a bit of a French look to it. If you look at the IOC president from a few years ago,
135.
Jacques Roche, I think, was it Roger? Something
Jacques
like that. He was,
yeah.
he was the IOC president. So it's a famous first name and surname.
138.
And let's face facts. When Peter came through into the PDC ranks, there were a lot of people who thought it was Jacques, and he was very persistent in getting people to say it properly. It's Jacques.
And this is a proper performance so far.
60.
An average
PT
just
required
underneath 88,
32.
and now could get the game's first hold if he can convert double 8. How much can he see?
No score.
Not enough.
Ryan, you require
And so
107.
if Murray's going to keep up the trend of breaks, he's going to have to take out the 107. Makes returns for 32.
99.
For a 3-1 lead,
PT
and to
required 32.
create some real interest here in Group A. Double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Yeah, pretty good.
Peter Jacques.
The Jacques average is 83. It's not a vintage game, but it's a very Group A game from this
Fifth
week.
leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
It's all about the fine
Game on.
margins. There's been a lot of missed doubles in this match, though, it has to be said. There you go. 6 missed by Murray and 11 by Jacques.
140.
But still, the amount of opportunities he's had have given him the chance to go 3-1 up. Now, I've done a little bit of digging.
83.
We have a very famous cricketer who has Peter's surname as the first name, and a famous cricketer with that as
100.
the surname. So Phil Jacques from Australia and Jacques Kallis of South Africa.
Of course.
180.
Well, that's hit the boundary. What would you think about the referees having the little gesticulations for things like 180s? You know, like they do for 6s and 4s. You wouldn't be for that?
Be good entertainment. I think some would enjoy it more than others.
140.
Yeah, I think the
Ryan,
old
you
school players would say,
require
don't do that. Just
121.
call the score and get on with it. Well, Jacques has got the opportunity now of another 12 dart
19. PT
chance.
require 98.
This is much better. It's a match dart.
Game shot.
And that is
the
about as
match.
good a dart as he
Peter
has thrown
Jacques.
all week long. A 4-1 victory for Jacques. And that's not just good news for him in his quest to get further up the table, but that's a really good sign for Daniel Klose. He's playing next against Greg Ritchie at the end of round 2. But look at that for Jacques, an improvement on the scoring phase. If he can keep that going, you never know, he might be going up the table a little bit more. It is Ritchie against Klose in match 6. It comes right after this break.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen the player bottom of Group A beat the player top. Nico, you did say at the start of that one that you wondered whether we'd see the top two players falter. In that match, that was certainly a dip from Ryan Murray, but Jacques is certainly playing better this morning.
He is. I think in his first match, he had every right to feel frustrated because the scoring phase just wasn't working like yesterday. But the quick bounce back, I've got to be really impressed with that. It was a much better scoring performance, and there's still a lot of gas in the tank. There's a great deal to find over the next day and a half for him. He's going to need it if he wants to make the top three or even somehow find the top spot. But if he is to do that, he needs a favour from Greg Ritchie now just to peg Daniel Klose back. But I think the way he was able to get to the finishing line and finish it off quickly just says a lot about Peter.
Absolutely, and as you could see there with the stats, just 4 out of 16 on the outer ring. That is still something that's going to need to improve from him if he's to make it into Group B, because I think we can safely say maybe that challenge for top spot is over for him. I think it's more about Group B.
I think when it comes to Peter and some of the bottom of the table people at the minute, it's just that they need to find more of a likelihood of hitting doubles. And like we've seen from Greg at points over the last day and a half, he's just not getting there quick enough. That's not a problem when he gets there. So we're seeing lots of players having plenty of opportunities, but just missing too many chances.
Absolutely, and it opens the door now for Daniel Klose. If we have a look at the table there, he is now top of the table. He's got the chance to consolidate that, or a chance for Greg Ritchie to close the gap on them.
Well, just imagine if Greg was to get the win. This table is pretty much up for grabs once again for everybody. And I suppose from a neutral standpoint, that's kind of what we want. But Daniel's looking to just continue this efficiency, this high to mid-80s level, which is proving to be ultra consistent and a real problem for his opponents.
And Greg should be confident after coming through that last leg decider in his previous match. But for Dan Klose, I think one of the main things, or one of the most impressive things from his first game was even when he did falter on the doubles, he was unfazed. He wasn't flapping, he just kept to the job in hand. And that is probably something that we've learned about him. He just does not get fazed.
We're learning that about him, and we should be learning something about ourselves by watching him, because this is how you're supposed to play this game. Even myself, with all of my experience, if I'd have been a bit more like him, I might have won a lot more matches. Just got to stay really patient, and this guy is ultra patient.
Most definitely. Let's get into the next one then. I don't know what he's talking about. He never looked phased up there, did he? Let's get into the next one then. It is Richie against Klose.
Thank you very much, Abby. And now things could begin to get very interesting here in Group A, following that defeat for Ryan Murray in our previous encounter, because what that means is a victory for Greg Ritchie, and this group really does get bunched up. Klose on 10, Murray 10, Ritchie 8 if he can get victory. However, if the German can get over the line, he is suddenly the man in pole position at the halfway stage of Group A here at the Super Series. And when you consider the start that Greg Ritchie made to yesterday's action, he has done a lot of groundwork to get himself back into the position that he finds himself in right now. As we conclude the second round of fixtures on the second day of Group A here at the Super Series. And I was just mentioning, Paul, on your way back down to the commentary box,
134.
a win for Ritchie here bunches this group right up again, when we thought potentially we were looking at two players running away with proceedings.
99.
I guess it depends on what kind of group you want to have. Do you want to have a two-horse race? Do you want to have things bunched up where we have no idea who's going to win the group? I'm sort of inclined to go with the second option, because that invites in more players and more unpredictability. So over to you, Greg. If you can't beat Daniel, then we will have one person on 12 points, 6 points ahead of himself and Mark Mcguini.
It would make things very, very interesting, and it would mean that Ryan Murray would realistically, even at this early stage, be the main contender towards him. And what a start Daniel Klose has made to this game. 134 first visit, followed by back-to-back 140s. Leaves himself on 87 after 9. But this isn't a bad riposte either from Ritchie.
Then you require 87.
I would get this hit if I were you, Daniel, because Greg Ritchie's the best finisher in this group. Bullseye.
62.
Very good try.
Greg, you require
Now,
105.
where's he going to go? 2 double tops. There's 1.
85.
Fails to get the second,
Daniel,
but
you
it's a
require
really good
25.
effort.
So Klose wants 25 for 14 dart. Opening leg break. Double 8 for it.
Game shot on the
It
first
was never in
leg.
doubt, was it?
Daniel Klose.
It never is in doubt, it seems, with Daniel Klose. And perhaps the hallmark of efficiency as well, winning the first leg in 15 darts.
Second leg, it's Daniel to
He
throw
is Mr.
first.
Efficiency.
Game on.
Is that his nickname now? Mr. Efficiency. Although I like DKO. It's a bit like technical knockout, isn't it? Although that's a bit like our friend
59.
from Australia, Tori Kewish. She had the initials TK and used to call herself technical knockout, TKO. Maybe we'll think of something better than that.
44.
So we've got a little while in the commentary box together to think of something. You had any more tweets or suggestions on your social media whilst we've got a little bit of time?
100.
Incidentally, I was told in the break that Taylor, who is our scalper, he's the guy who logs all the darts into the board for the systems and everything.
96.
He's wearing a Simpsons hoodie today.
I wonder what character he would be. I'll get back to you on that one.
85.
Nothing's going to top Owen Bink's Millhouse, I don't think. And I don't think we should go down the route of German Simpsons characters because there's only one famous
57.
one, and that's Uta the exchange student. And Daniel looks absolutely nothing like Uta, so there you go. But someone did say to me that Greg Ritchie should be groundskeeper Willie, but that's a bit of a cop-out.
140.
Scotland for me, I don't know how you feel about it, but one of the most beautiful countries on earth. And
58.
I hate to be really,
Daniel,
really
you require
obvious.
117.
By far the best place to do a darts exhibition. By a very, very long way. That's why some of the only exhibitions I do are in Scotland.
97.
Good effort from Daniel. Greg, again, the problem is the scoring. He hasn't got a ton plus score or a ton 40.
96.
It's just too
Daniel,
much
you
of
require
those.
20.
He's got one maximum in this game, and that's it.
Well, there's a 130-point difference, which means he's effectively a visit behind. He may be 2 legs behind if this double 5 goes. He does see the double 5
Daniel
go,
Klose.
and Greg Ritchie does see himself 2 legs down to Daniel Klose, who might be getting a step closer towards qualification through Group A. He puts
Third leg,
himself
it's Greg
onto
to
12
throw
points,
first.
and would
Game
mean that
on.
he'll be 6 in front of third, and we're not even halfway through yet.
Do you know what Daniel Klose is? I just figured it out. He's a blunt axe.
93.
Now, if you take a blunt axe and go at a tree, you're not going to explosively get that tree to fall. But if you constantly hit that tree with a blunt axe, it's going to come down eventually. He is going to chip away at you and chip away
100.
and chip away until you finally fall.
$58.
Best average we've had from him has been 89.73 from yesterday. Today, first match was 84.33. Now, he played better than
96.
that. He just missed a few doubles.
16 to be exact. Pitch was actually against his hallmark for yesterday. But this is more like Daniel Klose.
55.
I mean, this is as good as we've seen from Daniel Klose, and that sounds remarkable, saying a 94.5 average for the man who tops the group and may top it by a bit of a margin, but he's just been consistent
57.
enough and played at a ground level which has just seen opponents fold.
There's a tournament going on in qualification for Alexandra Palace next month called the German Super League.
82.
I've paid a lot of attention to that over the last few years, and some great players have won it. Nico Kurtz has won it a couple of times. But the more I look at the strength and depth of the German players, the more interested I am in that tournament this year.
180.
You're going to look at Klose, who's now got his first maximum in this match. Lucas Wenig, Franz Ritchie, and quite a few
59.
others.
Daniel, you require
This is
68.
a tremendous performance so far from Daniel. He's obviously very comfortable at being at the top of the table because he's been there all day, pretty much.
And if the tops goes, he might be 1 meg away from staying there and extending his lead. But Ritchie here has to take out the 154. We saw this go yesterday. Ryan Murray did it with 2 treble 20s and double 17, but Craig Ritchie is going to do it with 2 treble 19 tops if he could.
Daniel, you require 40.
He's had a couple of shots like that over the last 24 hours, getting really close to big outs.
Game shot on the third leg.
But he's robbed at the end.
Klose.
He had the chance of 2-1, but Klose just plodding along, doing his thing. 48 darts for the first 3 legs of this contest.
Game on.
And an average just under 94.
Tell you what, if you're in a crisis situation, you wouldn't mind Daniel Klose not being too far away. Just how calm, cool and collected he is.
180.
Well, this is mystifying. Greg Ritchie has got no 140s in this game. He has 1 score of a ton or more, and that was in approach to the 154.
58.
And he's got 2 maximums. When he gets in that 60, he doesn't miss it with the next 2.
59.
And it would have been divine darting irony if he got another one there and led us to a 9.
Sometimes those 9 darters do come at the most unexpected moments. In the words of the great Stuart Pike, when Raymond van Barneveld got his
58.
second of 2 Ali Pali 9 darters, he said, "Where did that come from?" And he was right. He was spot on at the time.
We have had a 9 here at the Super
132.
Series. We were actually in the same booth at the time it happened when Conor Heenahan nailed perfection. Next step is who's going to get the first in front of a crowd.
Yeah, Steve Brown missed it on double 18, didn't he?
58. Greg, you require
very next session,
130.
it was Heenahan who found the 141 and the 9. Well, Richie is surveying his options here. 85 left, confirmed by the referee, Charlie Costafine.
60.
And you can see what Greg was trying to do. The 60 was blocked, so he didn't want to go for that target. There was a risk that if he flicked the flight, the dart could go on the floor. So to register more points, he went elsewhere, which shows a really good darting brain.
137. Greg, you require 70.
To get a leg on the board. 1 dart. At tops.
50.
But that dragged well
Daniel,
below. And Daniel
94.
Klose here could wrap up a 4-0 victory. And next to no time at all if he can convert the 94. And so he's going to get 2 at tops.
Game,
Only
shots,
needs
and
the
the
1.
match.
And
Daniel
that was
Klose.
clinical from Klose to get the better of Greg Ritchie and to thrash him by 4 legs to 0. A convincing performance. His best performance statistically of the week. A 92.49 average. 4 for 9 on the doubles. 44.44%. And a high out of 94. And he puts himself 6 points above Greg Ritchie in Group A, and now has a bit of a cushion at the top of the group. You'd say from here, he might be the favourite to go on and win Group A tomorrow afternoon. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it is most definitely must-win territory for Rob Collins now as he takes on Peter Jacques.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Well, it was clinical from Klose in that last match, wasn't it? A 4-0 whitewash victory over Greg Ritchie. There you can see his first average in excess of 90 of the week from him. Mr. Efficiency getting the job done to maintain his perfect start to day 2 of Group A. As for Greg Ritchie, the problem, well, that remains exactly the same. The scoring phase really letting him down in that match once again. And as I mentioned earlier, his finishing was better than anyone else's yesterday. He took out some big finishes in his first game of the day as well, but there you can see it, 0 out of 3 on the outer ring in that one. Daniel Klose maintaining that consistent level, 4 out of 9, 44% with that high checkout of 94 in that match. And we can have a look at what that does to the table. Of course, in the previous match, Ryan Murray losing in that one and Daniel Klose taking full advantage to be the first player on to 12 points in Group A. Coming up next, it is Jacques against Collins. Collins, the 4-2 winner when these two players met yesterday. Of course, Peter Jacques improving today, though. He scored well in his last match to record a comprehensive victory. Rob Collins, well, he'll want to put behind him the frustration from his first 2 matches of the day. It feels, though, that he's millimetres away from putting that good performance together. Will it all come together for him in this next match? Let's find out, chaps. Over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Time to go into round number 3 of Tuesday's Player then. And time to see if the improvement from Denby Dale's finest continues. But for the 43-year-old from Bognor Regis, still looking for that first win of the day, and he's the only player who doesn't have a win on Tuesday so far. Somewhat unfortunate because he has played some decent stuff, but not enough chances to get over the line as of yet.
Yeah, he came back from 3-0 down against Greg Ritchie to take it to a deciding leg for being edged out 4-3, and then averaged 90 in his clash against McGeeney before going out the one end of a 4-2 scoreline.
Game on.
So the form guide is there. Just needs to correlate it into results up against Peter Jacques, who has really opened up Group A, courtesy of that 4-1 victory against Ryan Murray.
At which point do we start saying with authority that players in the bottom half
60.
of the table are just scrapping for the top 3? The interesting thing about this one is that Collins and Jacques are both on 4 points in positions 5 and 6. And they have the same leg difference as well, which is very interesting. So the winner of this one will get themselves closer to the top 3.
96.
Because positions 3 and 4 are only 2 points away. There is a bit of a canyon starting to
80.
materialise between the top 2 and the next phase of players. That 2-horse race is still very much there.
I think realistically it's from 4
96
at this juncture. The winner of this may get a squeak. The loser is out of it for me. Richie and Mcguini, even though they're on 6 points, they've got work to do. And
82.
Richie and Mcguini play each other in the next match. So they have to hope that they win. And then really, they need Ryan Murray to get the better of Daniel Klose, because if Klose can open up a 4-point gap on Murray and then a 6-point gap on third again, suddenly, forget about 4 horses and 2 horses in this race. It might just be Daniel Klose who runs towards the finish line without a runner in sight.
It's usually on Wednesday morning where I start talking about matches running out, but the fact of the matter is, for these guys, matches are running out.
Requires 62.
Not just to try and stay in the hunt for the top spot, but in order to try and get in the top 3.
36. Robbie required 130.
And so they need magic moments. This would be a magic moment for Collins if he can convert the 130. He has to move across to find something of the treble bed, which he couldn't. And so
44.
Jacques returns for
Peter
26, which is an interesting play when you consider last time out he was on 62.
I think he might have been going for a single 4 the last time he was looking to hit single to double. But it's a double.
13.
And it doesn't
Robbie
get him
require 86.
to a 1-0 lead. More frustration for Jacques. Collins misses the single, but unlike Jacques when he missed a single,
38.
he does not get a shot for double.
Peter, you required 13.
So double 4
Game
for
shot
the opener
first
for
leg.
Jacques, and he gets there in the end. And Rob Collins tells us exactly what he thinks about that opening leg. It's another tale of frustration for the man of steel.
We have got the perfect antithesis when it comes to showing your emotions in this
81.
group. You've got Daniel Klose against Rob Collins. One man who will tell you nothing, and Collins who tells you everything.
81.
But he's honest. He's not trying to be something that he isn't. And the advice to Rob, of course, is going to be, don't show your opponents as much. Maybe you're showing weakness, but
55.
he is who he is. If he doesn't want to change, that's fine. But players like Peter Jacques, who are extremely wily
81.
and experienced, they could feed on that weakness.
Be yourself. It's the most important thing.
43.
You get
I tried to be myself. I always wanted to be somebody better.
Did okay.
Okay, I'll take okay.
85.
Well, it's been a really interesting couple of years for Rob Collins. He's had himself an MAD title in the last
99.
couple of years. MAD is now the ADC, of course. It has been rebranded. But he's had some really good performances. He's had
100.
some good times with us as well. He's played a lot of matches. but there are things that haven't been ticked yet. He's made it to many Saturday nights.
105.
The majority of them in
PT
2021.
154.
This year, is he playing as well as last year? I don't think so. But I do think that the fields that we've had here have been stronger.
58.
And that's because
Robbie
we now have an
Require,
international
118.
flavour here at the Super Series, whereas in 2021, a lot of the time, because of obvious reasons, we had to keep our talent pool UK-based. It's good to see we are
52.
expanding our horizons at the Super Series. Will Peter Jacques be expanding his lead courtesy of a 96? Double 18 for double top to do so.
Robbie requires 66.
You did sense that the double 18 was a decent shot, but it wasn't close to the middle. That's a lovely dart. End product?
50.
Not found. And
PT
more despair
20.
for Rob Collins.
Game shot on the
Jacques
second
is
leg.
making him pay.
Peter Jacques.
You can't ignore the fact that Collins has had his opportunities in this match.
Third leg, it's Peter
And the
to throw
Terrier
first.
is
Game
mopping
on.
up the crumbs. It's a fascinating barrel design, isn't it, that these two guys have. If you look at Collins, he's got that scallop towards the end of the barrel, which is precisely where he's putting his thumb and forefinger.
123.
It's a clever design, actually, because it means that every time you grip the dart, without looking at it, you can feel where it needs to be. But this one here, this one is intricate.
100.
Lots of little steps in there, grooves, bits shaved off.
Now, would that be
100.
specially designed for the way that Peter wants to grip the dart? Would he may have maybe done a few bits himself just to kind of get a nice grip towards it?
I wouldn't be surprised if Peter's had this dart on a lathe
60.
and just smoothed out a couple of pieces, or maybe just shaved a couple of pieces here and there. More dart players are doing that than ever. We know what Simon Whitlock does
100.
with points. He just finds things in shops and says, oh, I can make a point out of that. But some players, they'll do hand filing, like they do with gunsmithing on bullets and
60.
some firearms, just smoothing things out with one little graze, saying, that's a bit sharp, we'll just smooth that down. That, for me, is the next level of darts design. It's taking it to that next level.
140. PT required 149.
Well, Collins is going up a level, leaving himself 38 after 12. He's going to get a go at the double 19. You'd think he'd go for it. It's kind of been his MO today.
Robbie
I mean, a man who goes 1,
38.
2, 4, 2, double 20s, double 2, usually goes and attacks the finish.
Game shot
And just
on the
like that
third
1, 2,
leg.
4 finish,
Rob Collins.
he gets it and brings us back to 2-1.
I like the fact that you said MO.
Fourth leg,
Because
it's
you know
Rob
what that
to throw
stands for, don't you?
first. Game on.
Modus operandi. Welcome to the Modus Super Series. Operandi was just one too many words, so we took it out.
30.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same ring to it, does it? The Modus Operandi Super Series.
No, it sounds a bit too big for its boots.
Good luck saying that in the Friday evening session.
100.
Just get the feeling that Jacques' technique is a bit jagged. He is engaging that right shoulder a lot. Just watch out
100.
for his action here. It's predominantly very rigid, but every now and again, that hand is coming through just a little bit too quickly.
180.
Rewind about 10 seconds and forget everything I've just said, because that was maybe one of his best visits of the week.
Expert analysis as ever from Paul Nicholson.
60.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I was Marty McFly and I can get in that DeLorean and just change things up. But I'm going to stick by what I said, because
60.
every now and again, that hand is coming through to his left. He's not completing the follow-through straight before he goes to the retrieval point of darts 2 and 3.
Is that because he's trying to force the
140.
release?
PT require 161.
Just get the feeling that he's got a bit of tension in the shoulder. Maybe that's a mental thing or possibly a physical thing.
99.
It can't be ignored that this game is maybe statistically one of don't want to say the worst because that's too harsh.
131.
But it's not as impressive
62.
as some of the other games that we've seen today. And this is a key moment for Jacques, who's looking at double 4.
60.
Doesn't find double 2 for
Rob,
a 3-1 advantage.
40.
So from 2-0 down,
Game shot
Collins
on the fourth
brings us
leg.
back
Rob
level
Collins.
at 2 apiece in a crucial game for the pair. You get the sense this really is winner stays on territory for these two.
Fifth leg, it's
And it is a best of 3 to decide who gets themselves on to 6 points. Jake's had a 2-0 lead. That's been pegged back.
$100.
Next match after this is going to be Greg Ritchie against McGeeney. Middle match of the day. And like I said yesterday, that's the fairest fixture because they're playing in exactly the same time slot.
140.
With the same amount of preparation. Now, these guys played in match number 9 yesterday.
100.
I just get the feeling that maybe that next match between Ritchie and McGeeney could be the biggest one of the day in the context of who is going to fight the two at the top going forward.
180.
Peter Jacques is giving this one a good old fight.
Now, yesterday, Jacques was good on the outer ring against Rob Collins. At 67%, but only got 2 legs.
81.
Didn't give himself enough chances. He has another chance. Well,
41.
Everybody knows how I feel
Robbie
about going for the treble 12 when you've got
127.
62. 1, 2, 7, and
Game shot on the fifth leg.
right there.
Rob
Beautifully
Collins.
done by Rob Collins, and he takes the lead, not Peter.
Sixth leg, it's
Rob
Rob
Collins
to throw first.
once again
Game
is on the comeback trail. He came back from 3-0 down against Greg Ritchie in his first game of the day to bring it back level to 3 apiece. He'd then go on to subsequently lose it
56.
in the decider. He'll be hoping that his comeback fortunes will be a little bit better this time.
44.
If Jacques was to lose this match, it would be a case of 1 step forward, then 2 steps back. But for Collins, it would be doing the double
140.
over Jacques in a matter of 24 hours. Quite impressive, even though Jacques is currently at the foot of the table.
43.
But only just.
And of course, this could come into play later on in the week if they don't progress through Group A. They could play each other in either Group B or Group C. And we mentioned on the Saturday night show up on the balcony how the best of 3 series on the Monday can actually dictate the psychology when you play in a fresh group with a clean slate.
There is a chance they could play each other for 6 consecutive days. And weirdly, as much as anybody wants to win Group A, if you offered these 2 players right now the chance to play against each other 6 consecutive days, they'd say,
41.
yes, please.
Robbie
Because
requires
it would mean
75.
they'd be in Saturday. This is for the win. For the double over Jacques.
Game shot.
Just
and the
very
match.
good in
Rob
the
Collins.
end. Took his chance in leg 5 with the 1-2-7 out. And then he finishes up with a 75 finish at the end. Excellent finishing exactly when he needed it. One of the best performances we've seen from Collins in recent months. 50% on the checkouts, and that 1-2-7 high checkout was really good indeed. Without further ado, we will take a short break, and when we return, it is the Gladiator up against Greg Ritchie. Remember, he doesn't have a nickname, so if you want to give him one, answers on a postcard after the break.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Rob Collins get his first victory of the day, a 4-2 win for him over Peter Jacques in that one. And I think it's fair to say the importance and the magnitude of that one reflected in the quality of the contest early on in particular. It was a fairly edgy one from the outset. You can see the averages, Rob Collins just above 88 in that one. 5-140s really helping him on his way, 50% on the outer ring. Collins noticeably frustrated early on as he squandered multiple opportunities and allowed Jacques to establish a 2-0 lead, but he really grew into the game, and that 1-2-7 in game to win that fifth leg. Our third 1-2-7 checkout of the week here, in fact, at the Super Series. That was really a highlight and a turning point in that one, because Collins then went on to finish the match really strongly. So then we can see what that does to the league table. As I said, it felt like a really important game, that one. It moves Rob Collins on to 6 points and keeps Peter Jacques rooted to the bottom of the table on 4. Next up, we've got McGeeney against Greg Ritchie. It is a mid-table battle. Who will be able to close the gap on the top two in the table? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Henry.
Thanks again, Abby. Interesting match, which you could say is the hors d'oeuvre when it comes to the middle portion of our matches today, because it will be Daniel Klose against Ryan Murray in the next match. And we could well see a 4-point gap at the top of the table after the next match. But this one sees two players on 6 points, and the winner will go to third position on their own on points. Is this the portion of the group where McGeeney can relax a little bit and just let the games come to him? Or will he feel as if he's languished a little bit in the chasing pack? But we can now say, in what's been a very tightly fought daily table, that everybody has now got at least one win.
First leg, it's smart to throw first. Game on.
Through 7 matches, Henry, we've got 5 players who have won 1 match and 1 who's won 2. And you have to say that Daniel Klose has been the best player of the day.
He has been the standout act. And that is the reason why
140.
he has been the mover or moving day so far. He is the one who's trying to streak clear of the rest. And he may completely cut the rest adrift if he can get the better of Ryan Murray in the next match. For these two, it is about getting a win by hook and by crook, and at least try and keep tabs. And then you are hoping Ryan Murray gets a win
100.
in our next match. These next 2 games could dictate a lot of the matters between now and Wednesday afternoon.
57.
McGeeney, who's got off to the brighter start of the pair with the darts in the opener. The 50-year-old from Stockport, the former Lakeside World finalist,
45.
former World Masters runner-up, former BDO World #1, 2-time Dutch Open champion, a player whose CV many would
83.
snap your arm off for, up against Greg Ritchie, a player who is improving year upon year.
How would you categorise Mark McGeeney's career to date? Because you said at the start of our coverage today
98.
that he doesn't get enough credit for what he's done. But do you think that Mark thinks more about his success? Or does he wonder about what could have been? Because, like you mentioned, being a runner-up in a couple of massive events. What do you think plagues his thoughts?
Well, at the minute, it will be 18 and tops.
Game
And
shot
at the
on
minute,
first
it will
leg.
be
Mark
a
McGeeney.
1-0 lead for Mark McGeeney. But going back to the question on psychology, if I was Mark, I'd think, look,
Second
what
leg,
I've
it's Greg
achieved
to
in my
throw
career is
first.
great.
Game on.
But there's still time for me to do more within this game. There is still plenty of levels he can still go at. And I probably won't like me saying this, but he's obviously now at the age where he can qualify for seniors events. Mix that with the amateur circuit. I know he wants to go and get his tour card again. There's still plenty he can go on to achieve. There's no doubt about it.
I think there's a
100.
very big narrative at the minute where darts fans maybe assume that everybody's ambition is to play within the PDC system at the top level.
85.
And the majority of players, yes, that is the truth. But now there are different options like MODUS Super Series, World Seniors, other independent
60.
tournaments within the ADC and others. There are more options for the amateur player than ever before. And if you've got a job or commitments at home,
92.
I mean, we talked about Scott Walters a couple of weeks ago. He's been a carer for an elderly relative for years, and for him to be a professional, it just wasn't feasible. For someone who wants to play
140.
a fair bit, but not all the time, then maybe utilising the World Seniors and the ADC circuit as well as this is maybe a bit more manageable. But if Mark wants to get that
56.
card back, this could be a really good way of getting the practice and the competitive nature that he needs to get back to where he wants to be.
And I think part of the reason maybe why we don't talk up McGeeney as much is when he got to those Masters, the Masters final, the Dutch
134.
Opens, they weren't widely screened. The only one was when he got to the final of Lakeside, which I know you were part of the broadcast team for. We'll
Mark
chat more about that in
24.
just a second, because McGeeney's left double 12 after 12. This has been a superb performance from the Gladiator thus far. Average of 108.
No score.
And that second dart
Greg
completely
requires
blocked the bed.
60.
Yeah, I would have said, hand on heart, that he wouldn't have hit that double 12 standing in that position because of those blockers.
Game shot on the
Richie
second
with a
leg.
really good shot
Greg
at tops there
Ritchie.
in a leg that he maybe shouldn't have got anywhere close to a double. That was a really unfortunate end to leg 2 for Mark.
Third leg.
He
it's
did
Mark to
everything
throw
right apart
first.
from
Game
hit
on.
that double 12.
And Richie is the opportunist in chief.
Do you know the two players that Mark Mcguini beat in those two Dutch Open
60.
finals?
I'm fairly sure he beat Martin Adams in one.
Our surveyor said.
140.
You got two more guesses.
Give me a leg.
I can confirm that
140.
Henry is not looking at a smart device.
I'm not looking at anything. You can. I mean, there is a camera in the commentary box that records everything that happens here, so you can confirm that I'm not looking at anything.
140.
The one hint I will give you is that one of the finals was against
Hello.
a fellow countryman of Greg Ritchie.
Ryan Hogarth.
You're thinking of the
60.
Veenstra win. Richard Veenstra beat
Beat
Ryan
Ryan
Hogarth.
Hogarth.
So that's two guesses down. You got one more X if we're going by Family Fortunes rules.
57.
We'll come back to it. We'll give you some time. Wasn't that long ago. 2018.
100. Greg, you require 164.
And he also won it in 2017. A year where he also won the Hal Open, one of the bigger opens in
124.
Central Europe.
Mark, you require 141.
Also won in Switzerland that year. Will he win leg 3? In order to do so, he's going to need errors from Greg Ritchie, who seems to have laced up his scoring boots a bit
100.
better
Greg, you
in
require
this match.
40.
Tops after 12. Now double 10.
Game shot on the third
Excellent
leg.
darts from Greg Ritchie. Maybe it's him who's going to begin to motor in this game between two players who need to get the win to keep in touch. And
Fourth leg, it's
this
Greg
is
to
kind
throw
of,
first.
no disrespect to
Game
Greg,
on.
but this one's kind of come out the blue a little bit.
Yeah, I'd say that's very fair. Now, do you remember, before we come to your Dutch Open finalist answers,
59.
we talked about Kieran Tian having a
Yep.
poor Group A and then going on to have a very good week. It's something that Moreno Blom has done under this roof in the last month. I was talking to our statistical expert, Mark Walker, about 2.5 weeks ago about this very subject. And the first two people who ever did that when we were
64.
in our previous studio, one was Barry Bates. He had an awful Group A. He could barely get a win, but he made his way to the final anyway through, I think it was Group C. But then when Greg was here last year, he did exactly that. He had a shocker of a Group A, but then he was much better when he played on Thursday and Friday. So that experience that he has of playing the full week, I think it's going to stand him in good stead.
121.
So come on, you got one more guess.
Am I allowed two for the price of one? Because there's two in my mind, and I don't know which one to go with.
Tell me them both. Come on.
Ross Montgomery and Cameron Menzies.
95.
You got one of them. So Ross Montgomery is one of them. The other finalist was English. That's all you're getting.
Darryl Fitton.
Nope.
97.
He was in this chair very soon. Well, it was about 10 days ago. Glenn Durrant.
Oh, of course.
140.
And two jostling out for many titles over that particular period.
Yeah, they did.
160 for Ritchie as these two jostle out for bragging rights in third spot here in Group A.
60. Mark, you
There's
require
McGeeney,
68.
who wants 68, which yesterday was his highest finish. To level us up at 2 apiece. Double 16.
52.
Goes inside, so Ritchie
Greg, you
returns for a
require
ton.
100.
He's only missed one shot at a double in this match so far, has Greg. Needs 2.
60.
Oh, it was in. I didn't want to
Mark, you
speculate
require 60.
unless I could see it. But that was a great chance for Greg, which
Game shot
has
on the
slipped
fourth
by.
line.
Interesting game
McGeeney.
here in Game 8. We're all tied up after 4. And that vital miss at tops for Greg costs him a 2-leg buffer.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw first.
Small
on.
margins, small mercies. And both of these players may reflect upon this game at the end of tomorrow. Whether they're in Group C, Group B, or maybe even through to the finals.
83.
And for the rest of the week, the groups are incredibly
122.
interesting. In Group B,
Have you been practicing the name of our well, no, don't take offense to this, Giannis, but Matters is a really good friend of ours. We haven't really got to
85.
know you yet. So it's Giannis Mustafayevs.
indeed. Although I'm not in this chair from tomorrow.
Don't worry, I'm sure Chris Murphy at home is staring in the mirror with a
57.
hairbrush next to his mouth, practicing that name. I've got it absolutely nailed.
Well, for the players that drop into Group B, they've got Robert Thornton and Stephen Burton for coming alongside the debutant. That is Ryan Palmer. Incredible, he's
100.
actually on debut here. And talking about incredible debutants, Jordan Brooks makes his first appearance at the Super Series. He's joining Martin Adams, more than a regular here at the Super Series. He's part of the furniture
58.
alongside Yanis Mustafayez.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Robert Thornton can do. Obviously, the world senior champion right now with one of the most impressive trophies in world darts.
100.
Wolfie would love to be part of the first Champions Week here under this roof at the Modus Live Lounge.
And Stephen Burton can pick up the dart he lost down the rabbit hole last time he was here.
100.
Well, down the rabbit hole Greg goes.
Mark, you require 133.
For his first maximum of this match. Well, there's the 3. Unfortunately, you can't finish 130 in 2 darts, but you can get really close. That's
93.
a great recovery.
Greg, you require 84.
For a break and to re-establish his lead. 79 left, and he's made a
30.
bit of a mess of that.
Mark,
Shouldn't
you
be
require
anywhere
40.
near needing the treble 13, and so McGeeney wants tops to get his nose in front.
Game shot on
And
the
to
fifth
put himself
leg.
one away
Mark
from what
McGeeney.
could be a crucial victory. To put him onto 8 points. To put him 2 behind Ryan Murray. And to
Sixth leg,
put
it's
him
Greg to
4
throw first.
behind
Game
Daniel
on.
Klose at the top of the group. Remember, Klose and Murray play in our next game. Crucial
140.
moments ahead here at the Super Series. If you're on your lunch break at work or you're about to start a lunch break, do not go anywhere because the next half an hour or so could be the most telling of the group so far.
82.
McGeeney's just picking his way through this game, using all of that experience that he's banked over the last 10 to 15 years.
57.
I'm going to set my stall up right now, and I'm going to say, just like I did this morning, I thought McGeeney would have a good day today. I think he'll make the top 3.
100.
I just think he's bubbling under the surface a little bit. There is a big performance in him sometime this week. This is a very good game. Both averaging over 92.
60.
At least they were.
You have to trust us on that.
But without being magnificent on the maximums, as you can see, this has been a good game
68.
of ton and ton 40 scoring. There have been 9 ton 40 plus scores in this match. And that's not bad for 5.5 legs.
94.
Greg Ritchie did mimic Jose de Souza when it came to 120 checkout. I don't think he's going to be mimicking
56.
Simon Whitlock with a
Greg
3 bull
required
shot on the
150.
150. Or will he?
If he goes for it and gets it, I'm buying him dinner tonight.
I wasn't sure if he was going to do it. I was trying to
If he
track
heard
it.
that, he would have.
I was going to track his eyes and see if he was going for the centre of the board,
54.
but he was going for the more sensible 2 treble 19s and double 18.
And the sense of sensibility could get him back level after leg 6.
100.
96
Greg
remains.
required 96.
He loves this part of the board. He's also found a friend in treble 5, not one he wants to keep.
Game shot
But
on
he'll
the
keep the
sixth
double
leg.
12
Greg Ritchie.
to send us all the way to a deciding leg.
Only the second time today
Seventh
that we're
final
going to the
leg. It's
deciding
Mark to
leg.
throw first.
And
Game on.
importantly, in that game, which was game 2, it was Rob Collins against Greg. Greg won that match. However, there are 2 differences from
125.
that game to this one. One, Greg does not have the darts. Secondly, Greg had the lead that entire game
57.
until he was drawn back to 3-3 by Rob Collins, of course. But maybe that last leg in game 2 was his best leg of the day.
There's no doubt about it. This is the biggest leg of either player's week so
64.
far. You feel that even at this stage, it is winning you're still in territory.
Winning still in,
134.
but also hoping that Ryan Murray wins the next match. Now, that sounds a bit strange, but you do not want the person at the top to get further ahead. You want that person to be pegged back, even if
41.
it is the second-placed player getting a bit further away from you.
Because you should trust yourself in a tighter group to get the job done instead of having to claw back a big advantage.
81.
Well, you'd rather be 4 points behind than 6 points behind the top, especially in a group that's only got 1 player being promoted to Saturday night. That's just common sense.
140.
Big last trail for Mcguini. Otherwise, he would have left Ritchie with 6 on 229, but he's going to make, I was going to say, a huge dent.
79.
That's unlucky. That's hugely unlucky. That's not the first time we've
Mark
seen that camera
required
shot of a Greg Ritchie dart on the
131.
floor today.
He's left 150 again. And he's going to get a look at it.
43.
Logic dictates that Greg will
Greg
go the same route
150.
of 619s and double 18. It's not going to happen for the second time. McGeeney is not happy with his previous
Mark
visit.
to require 88.
It was only 43 to leave 88. That makes things really tricky. 73 left. And to not get a shot at a double from 131 with 2 visits
34
is a big error.
He'll be
Greg
seething
requires
if this 60
60.
goes. Tops.
Game.
And it is
shot,
Greg
and the
Ritchie
match.
who wins the
Greg
battle
Ritchie.
to be in the top 3 at the halfway stage in Group A. It is he who keeps tabs of the 2 leaders at the top of the table with an average of 89.73, the game's solitary maximum. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, which ultimately is where this game has been won and lost. And that high out of 96 unconventionally on double 12 in the end to send us all of the way. So Greg Ritchie, victor over Mark McGeeney by 4 legs to 3. It's him who's on 8 points. But do not go anywhere, because the biggest game of the group so far is coming up after this short break. Daniel Klose could give himself a 4-point buffer at the top of the table if he can get the better of Ryan Murray.
MODUS Super Series. We are 8 games down on day 2 of week 11 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've just seen Greg Ritchie come through his second last leg decider of the day to move on to 8 points in Group A. There you can see confirmation, an average just shy of 90 from Ritchie in that one. Very evenly matched in that one. A clinical 118 finish from Mark McGeeney to lay down a bit of a marker in the opening leg. That was, of course, the highest checkout of the match. Greg Ritchie certainly seemed to be scoring better in phases of that one, really showing a bit of grit to dig deep and force that final leg decider, his second of the day, as I mentioned, and for the second time today, he came out on the winning side. You felt for the majority of it that McGeeney was actually the player more in control. He kept chipping away, but in the end, an error in that final leg when he needed 88 proved to be costly. Ritchie moving on to 8 points in the table, as I mentioned, and we can see what that does to the league standings. And of course, up next, we have got that top of the table clash, a real mouth-watering meeting, this one between Klose and Murray, who are of course separated by just 2 points at the top of the league standings. It was Muzz Lightyear who was beaten 4-1 in this fixture by Klose yesterday afternoon. But Klose has not faltered again at the start of play today. So will he wobble in this one, or will Muzz Lightyear lose his second successive match of the day? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. It's the biggest game we've seen so far in Group A. A victory for Ryan Murray, and he'll get one step closer to Daniel. But if Klose can get the victory, he might be up and away, light years away from his opponent, the 42-year-old from Beethoven in Bavaria, up against Murray from Edinburgh, age 35. And it goes without saying that this is must-win for not just Ryan Murray, but for everybody else in the group.
Everybody else definitely wants Ryan to win this match, just to bunch things up as tightly as we possibly can at this point. We've got some really interesting points to make, though, when it comes to the form of these players in 2022. It's October now, and we've got a lot of information to crunch.
To throw first. Game on.
Now, I've been looking at the qualifying school, which was taking place in the UK and Germany back in the early part of the year, in January.
141.
Of these 6 players in this group, who would you suspect averaged the least at Q School in January?
100.
Stats would probably, if I'm going based off of what we've seen on around day one and what we've seen now, I would say Greg Ritchie, but I think you're going to say otherwise.
Well, Greg Ritchie is in 5th position. Just underneath him by half a point is Daniel Klose. Something has happened between qualifying school and now,
95.
where Daniel is just playing a little bit better. Now, he has played a lot of Challenge Tour action this year, but this is the point I'd like to make. Of the Q School averages, Daniel was at the bottom.
140.
Of the 6 players in this group who have all played Challenge Tour this year, who's averaging the most? Daniel Klose.
I see where you're going here.
As the year goes on, he keeps getting better and better and better. He's actually played more Challenge Tour matches than any player in this group. He's made a semi-final. He's made another quarter-final where he lost out to Chaz Barstow. No shame in that. But he's played a lot of games. And he's also lost in a quarter-final in the Challenge Tour this year to our good friend Matthew Edgar.
60. Daniel, you require 120.
I'm sure there's a video somewhere on Edgar TV about that. Well, Klose then looking to win the opening leg, and it's been fairly comfortable. I was going to say thus far with the throw, but that's a rare slip for Daniel Klose. You don't see him make many mistakes like that.
44.
He is a greenhorn when it comes to a full week here in Super Series darts. So, at which point do we start talking about the endurance
Daniel,
aspect?
you require 76.
Not usually until the Wednesday or possibly the Thursday. He should know plenty about playing his 3rd match of the day, because he did it yesterday for the 1-0 lead.
68.
Doesn't find the double
Ryan,
at this time.
you require 106.
Well, there should be some way to break the throat. The leg that realistically he's been out of, but Klose's failure to close out the leg could
74.
come back to haunt him.
Daniel, you require
If Murray
8.
could have converted the 32.
It's an interesting
Game
action that
shot on the
Daniel has,
first
but it's
leg.
very effective.
Daniel Klose.
If you look at the way he sets himself up with his first start, he does something that Nick Kenny does.
First.
Very good play from Wales. He
Game on.
straightens that arm out first before he brings the dart towards his eye line. It's not something that every dart player does.
60.
Just look at this. The arm straight, then up, then back. That really does remind me of Nick Kenny.
There's also a little bit of Martin Schindler about that action, isn't there? His fellow compatriot.
180.
Yeah, it does tend to come... Well, he's got a very high elbow position. Let's put it that way. Let's keep it simple. Over the years,
100.
Martin has grown a little bit, but he used to have the focal point of his drawback for the throw towards his forehead. It's more towards his eye now. But I see where you're going with that. There is a similarity.
134.
There's a similarity into the way they play, and that is very, very well, because Daniel Klose leaving 187 after 6. The average is, as you can see on your screen now, 97.8, and that's compared to an 80 from Ryan Murray. So there's a huge disparity there in terms of the averages, and there could be a huge disparity in terms of the scoreline very soon, because Daniel Klose, I think, is one of those mentality monsters. He has seen this game as a huge one, and he is taking full advantage, and he is making a run at the most opportune time.
We have not had a 10 darter this week or an 11. He's got a choice of whether to go for it. He doesn't, but it still could be the best leg of the week.
Game shot on the second leg.
There you go. Beautifully done. Is there anything that Daniel Klose can't handle this week?
Third leg,
He's just
Daniel
a picture of relaxation and focus.
Not to get carried away, but are we unearthing a gem here in Daniel Klose?
I think what we're finding is
96.
more talent from Germany. They're evidently getting better. We mentioned yesterday that we didn't want to ignore the efforts of the likes of Andre Velga and GNR Tut in what they did for the German World Cup team in the early portions of when the PDC World Cup started, and even before that. But you could talk about Andy Kruckel was a huge influence in German darts before Jihan and Andre Velga were big names. But now Germany has got a really big presence because of what Max Hopp has done, what Martin Schindler and Gabriel Clemens are doing now, and there are so many more of them.
It's like a Henry Ford assembly line of talent.
This is good thinking. Now, where does he go? Bullseye? That is absolutely brilliant. You can't do any better than that on approach from 309.
If you could see the smile on Paul Nicholson's face, it is
145.
high and wide.
I just appreciate people wanting to do the right thing, then executing it straight after. It just screams classy play.
96.
49 after 12. The average is just underneath 104. The best performance of the week from any player, maybe coming in the biggest game of the week so far.
Double 16.
$41.
Couple of misses give Ryan a chance.
84.
You sense this might be the best opportunity he's got of getting back into this game. It's going to have to be the bull.
59.
And that was not far off.
Daniel, you require 8.
So close, yet potentially. So far, double 2.
Game shot.
This is impressive in every single facet of the game.
Here's the weird thing.
Fourth leg, it's Ryan to throw.
He can get better.
Game on.
He has missed 5 doubles in this match and is still just under the 96 mark. And we know from what we've seen over the last
41.
couple of days that there's probably only one player who could have lived with this performance over the last 30 hours. And that's the guy he's beating 3-0.
Could be beating him 4-0 if he carries on in this vein. Oh my goodness gracious me.
This is what I like to categorise as a Ryan Joyce
60.
performance. Relentless. He is giving Murray very little in the way of opportunities. He's only had 2 shots at double in the match. And the confidence levels of Klose are becoming very visible.
100.
He's not exuding them in an overly confident way, but the way he's walking, the way his facial expressions have changed ever so slightly.
85.
He's digging this experience.
It's like playing chess against a computer. It's just excellent, and yet there's no emotion shown.
I'd probably rather play chess against a computer than Magnus
57.
Carlsen, that's for sure. You're not really up on chess, are you?
I kind of know bits and bobs.
Yeah. You wouldn't understand just how much I
60.
would pay to play
Daniel
Garry
Uruguay,
Kasparov.
164.
One of my heroes growing up. What a chess master he is.
Well, in the chess match that is the Super Series, Daniel Klose may be putting the rest of the field on checkmate, because he is closing in on a 4-0 win on Ryan Murray, his closest contender at the top of the
94.
table. And he has left 70 after 12 to seal a 4-0 victory, to put himself 4 points clear at the top of the table.
And that would put his leg
99.
difference at plus
Daniel
18
Uruguay is 70.
in the middle portion of Tuesday. That's a slip. He's probably forced to go for 16 ball if he wants to finish it right here. Let's find out if he can.
45. Ryan Uruguay,
Not quite.
156.
But again, slim pickings for Murray when it comes to the chances. That was a really good try.
100. Daniel Uruguay, 25.
Finish it off in style. 2-8.
Game,
To
shots,
complete
and the
a
match.
nigh-on
Daniel
perfect
Klose.
performance on Daniel Klose, and in the biggest game of the week, he has saved one of the performances of the week, a 93.94 average. It was well in excess of a ton for large swathes of it. 2 maximums in the match, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, a 50 high out, and he restricted Ryan Murray, who got a maximum himself, to only 2 opportunities at a double throughout the match. And he is now clear at the top of the Group A table by a margin of 4 points. There is no doubt about it now. He is the man to beat. He is the man to stop. And he is the favourite to qualify for Saturday night's finals. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we are going to see Mark McGeeney in action. He takes on Peter Jacques.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where we have just seen a ruthless and relentless display from Daniel Klose to whitewash Ryan Murray in the top of the table clash. There you can see confirmation. An average just shy of 94 from the German in that one. He really is giving a fantastic account of himself this week. It's his second successive victory over Ryan Murray, and in 2 games, Murray's actually just taken the 1 leg from Klose. It has been incredibly clinical from him. With 8 games played, he's now taken 7 of those. He's adapted remarkably well to his surroundings and seems to be relishing the role of being the player to beat. As Henry said in commentary, we may well have unearthed yet another German talent this week. As you can see, 40% checkout success in that match. It really was a clinical display from the German in that one, and we can see what that does to the top of the league standings. He now moves 4 points clear of Ryan Murray at the top of the table. You can see as well, far superior leg difference at the top. He's plus 18, Murray on plus 4. Next up then we have Mcguini against Peter Jacques. Mcguini lost in the last leg decider, of course, in that last match that he played against Ritchie. We thought he might be the biggest mover on day 2 of Group A. He hasn't quite shown up yet, has he? Just the 1 win to his name today. But can he get the 2 points in this one? Let's find out in the company of Nico and Henry.
Yes, thanks, Abby. It was me who put my head on the chopping block saying that McGeeney would be the biggest mover today. But unfortunately, people have been shaking him. And it's all about Daniel Klose today. He's now on 14 points in the table. 6 points ahead of 3rd position. Ryan Murray sandwiched between himself and Ritchie. But now it's a battle of 2 in the bottom 3. So it is McGeeney against Jacques. And Jacques with a win against McGini would drag himself into the same points bracket as McGeeny.
Following this round of fixtures, it could be game on or game over. After this, Daniel Klose takes on Rob Collins. Klose wins that, he's on 16 points. And then Ritchie takes on Ryan Murray. If Klose gets on to 16 points, and then Ritchie beats Murray, he has got a 6-point gap going into the final round of fixtures on Tuesday.
140.
Are we giving Daniel enough credit for what he's doing in this table?
Because
he's going about his business in a very quiet
100.
manner. But if this was happening from someone like McGeeny, we may be waxing lyrical, saying this is a great performance. I think we need to start paying a lot of respect towards what Daniel is doing.
45.
Just want to pay homage to one of my lecturers at university, a guy called Graham Hiley. He said a sentence which makes total sense. Names make news. So when someone with a
41.
name does something, it harbours headlines. Daniel Klose is new to these big stage circuits, so maybe he doesn't harbour the headlines because at the minute, and the more he does it, the more his name's going to grow, maybe we don't harbour the headlines because he's new to this
45.
and he's not the big name yet that Mark McGeeny is.
That makes a lot of sense, Henry. I'm glad you told me that, because names do make headlines.
100.
We've got a fair few names coming for you later in the week, and there's a fair few in this group. We're talking about a former world finalist in Mark McGeeny. I wonder how Klose would do
55.
on a finals night against a Wolfie or a former World Grand Prix, UK Open, World Master and World Seniors champion in Robert Thornton. That would be the proper test, wouldn't it?
123.
No disrespect to his bunch of players in Group A, but when people go up against reputations, sometimes that does change their ability to relax.
And especially when you've got
60.
100 or so people wolf whistling. And of course, you could be a part of the party. I wouldn't recommend wolf whistling, but you could be a part of the action here at the Super Series. Saturday night tickets are on sale. Dartshop.tv. It's a £5 deposit, and you can get that back behind the bar when you turn up.
That one squeezed the top wire, didn't it? I had a little exchange of words with Mark McGeeney in a nice way this morning.
58.
We were
PT
remarking of
required
the
40.
playlist being played in the Modus Live Lounge this morning.
Game shot on the first
And Mark was saying
leg.
it's not to his
Peter
taste.
Jacques.
Well, neither is losing leg one, because it's a break of throw for Jacques.
Second leg.
And in
It's
the words
Peter
of
to throw
McGeeney,
first.
can we
Game
please
on.
play some Metallica? And I said, I'll have a word, but it's kind of unlikely. So we're going to have to make do with the
100.
late 90s, early noughties dance playlist, which it was novel at the start. It's still kind of novel, but it's making
100.
me feel a little bit old, if I'm honest.
Should have seen Nico with his moves earlier on.
Don't do that. I wasn't moving.
100.
I promise you I wasn't moving. One of our backroom staff is a DJ, so I'm going to blame him. Nobody's to blame for that.
180.
That's genius from McGeeney.
I'm
95.
just glad they didn't put the Macarena on.
No, I've always said that should be Jermaine Watamina's walk-on song, because everybody should say, hey, Watamina.
Aye.
It hasn't been done, and I don't know why. I am aware that Jermaine knows of this idea.
80.
It wasn't my idea, it was somebody else's. But the fact that he hasn't done it yet is remarkable to me.
Trying to think, we haven't really had one since Gangnam Style, really, have we?
132.
proper dance craze over
Mark
music.
required 141.
Lots happened since Gangnam Style. Maybe we're due one. Oh, we due a 141. Jacques has got the opportunity now of a 2-0 lead, which is something that Daniel Klose did against
150.
Ryan Murray in the last match.
PT requires 74.
He was able to get 4 without response.
Double 16. Now double 8.
66.
And that would have piled on the misery for McGeeney,
Mark, you
who
required
returns for double
26.
13 with his 13th dart.
That might be a decent guide. It wasn't.
18.
And that hollow feeling
PT
you get when you
require 8.
split an odd number double with dart 2. It's a horrible feeling. Double 2.
Game shot.
And it's a good find for Jacques. It's not a
Peter
classic leg by
Jacques.
any means in 18 darts, but it is a consolidation of the first leg break.
Third leg, it's Mark to
It's a
throw
2-0
first.
lead, averaging
Game on.
88.4 following the second leg's play. As you can see, McGeeney getting the game's solitary maximum. And already we've
60.
seen 6 missed doubles between the pair, as you can see here. 0 from 2 for McGeeney, 2 from 6 for Peter Jacques.
100.
And just remember that we will have double darts for you on Thursday and Friday, as usual,
140.
live on Sporty Stuff TV. It will be a 10 p.m. start for the evening sessions, taking you into the early hours of the next day.
60.
You can watch us wherever you go. You don't have to miss out. And it's one of those beautiful darting weeks where no matter where you are, you can watch some live darts, because it's World Grand Prix week as well. What a great night it was last night.
100.
That game between Dirk van Dijvenbode and Johnny Clayton was a thrill a minute.
And what about the double-double for Chris Dobie?
Yeah, that 94 was pretty
45.
deadly. That changed that match completely.
Just get the sense with Chris, if he can just get a bit of luck go his way, things could just click in an instant. He's not far away, he just
55.
needs something to just fall into his arms maybe a little bit.
He's playing a format that he really likes. If Chris is going to have a massive run in a major like that,
140. Mark
it's
to
gonna be the
require
Grand Prix.
146.
now 146 plays 156. And they're the kind of first starts that you don't want to get
45.
I've noticed as well, I don't know if
PT
you've seen it, Henry,
require
but the barrel that
156.
McGeeney's using looks slightly different to what we've seen from him in previous seasons. It seems to have something in the middle of it
60.
that either has a little
Mark
step in it
require
or
101.
a bit of extra weight. He used to use a barrel that was completely uniform from top to bottom. It has a notch in the middle these days. Maybe that's to remind him where to grip the dart.
77. PT
Not quite working on this occasion, and Jacques has got a chance of a double break.
Suddenly he's making a march here,
Game
Peter
shot on the
Jacques. That's
third
3-0 now.
Peter Jacques.
And okay, he lost out to Collins 4-2, but the levels are going
Fourth
up
leg, it's
and
Pete's
up
to
and
throw
up on
first.
Tuesday. Beat Ryan
Game
Murray 4-1 with an average of 89. And look, we know Group A victories out of the equation for him, but
87.
at the minute, Group B isn't out the question still.
That's the beauty of the people around him faltering too. His biggest adversary right now
30.
is his leg difference. It's at -11, but he's still got to get the job done here at 3-0 up. But if he can,
83.
he's going to be on the same points as Mark Mcguini. And he's also going to be on the same leg difference all of a sudden. It will be -7. They will be tied. So this is a big leg for Peter Jacques.
56.
And here's the strangest thing about a 4-0 win for Jacques. Rob Collins is on 6 points and -7. All three
41.
would be tied, albeit with Rob Collins having a game in hand against Daniel Klose next.
So he went right in predicting a
60.
tight group just down the bottom end instead of the top.
It's almost like we're playing two different tables at the minute. The top half is Richie, Murray and Klose, and then the other three are scrapping to see if they can stay in touch.
100.
We saw this a couple of weeks ago with Danny Lauby, Sebastian Białecki and Nathan Gervin. The first day was a bit like yesterday where everyone was kind of just cancelling each other out. And I was with Chris Murphy in the commentary box as Mark Mcguini
180.
gets his second max of the match. I was with Chris Murphy in the commentary box and we thought this would be won by a couple of points. And then players made moves on day two. And this is exactly what's happening, you feel here.
138.
And Peter Jacques is making his move, leaving 52 after 15 for a 4-0 win.
After that max from McGeeney, Jacques comes back with a 2-treble visit to leave a 2-darter. That was a great response. He's been suffocating McGeeney
28.
in the scoring phase.
PT
Not by
required
much.
52.
Just very lightly making Mark very uncomfortable. That's a missed single. That's not, but only just.
36.
It was all a bit messy, that
Mark
visit.
required
It could have been job done.
147.
It might still be job done. It depends on what Gladiator does now.
McGeeney's acquiring snookers. And he cannot get the 147. And so Jacques returns for double eight for a 4-0 win. And to put himself
87. PT
tight in that
requires
bracket in the
60.
bottom half of the table. Double eight's the target. Now double four.
12.
And it goes inside.
Mark
And so
requires
McGeeney returns to get
60.
a leg on the board.
4 missed darts for the match for Jacques.
Game shot on the
And a
fourth
beautiful
leg.
use of the lie
Mcguini.
by Gladiator with a somewhat ironic celebration. But we know that 3-0 is never safe.
Fifth leg, it's Mark to throw
You're
first.
never safe at the
Game
Super
on.
Series.
I'd like to get your perspective on this topic, Henry, because I've said on many occasions and spoken to other darting anoraks about this. One of the things we love about this sport is that
26.
you have to get over the line no matter how much work you do. So let's say you have an impeccable scoring performance. You might be something like 300 points ahead
140.
in a leg. But if you don't hit that double, you're not going to win it. In golf, you could have a massive drive and a 3-iron to 18 inches away.
41.
In match play, they could say, oh, you can have that. You don't have to put it in the hole. In darts, you still have to finish the job. Nobody's going to do it for you. And it's an individual
100.
sport, so there's obviously no teammates.
I don't think there's another sport that's unique in that way, because even in a tennis match, your opponent can double fault and win you the game without doing it. In snooker, you can play safe and your opponent
96.
miss on snooker is required, and then that's game over. There's no other sport I can think of where you have to physically win by doing something. Even in boxing, you can win on points. As I say, in tennis, you can double
100.
fault. Football, you can park the bus. Rugby, you can do likewise. Cricket, you can possibly batter out for a draw. That may be the only other near comparison where you have to physically go out and win.
But in cricket, you can let the ball go by.
Peter, you require 161.
Singing darts, that's what makes it unique. That's why so many people love it.
Because it creates entertainment and it creates drama, and it means that games will never, ever, ever fizzle out, because something's got to happen at the end of it. You can't leave the Etihad
75.
5 minutes early.
Well, we've just seen 3 red trebles there from Peter Jacques. I can't remember the last time I saw a treble 20, a treble 2, and a treble 3.
You haven't seen me play yet.
58.
No comment.
Peter, you require 86.
Well, it's another red treble that he needs to leave a green double. There is that red treble.
And now he wants the red double, a double
70.
8. But it won't go. And that's more mismatched darts.
That's now 6 darts for the match, but he will get more.
He's missed 10 at the outer ring in this game. He's going to get more opportunities. He may get 6 more
50.
opportunities.
Peter, you require
Mcguini
60.
leaves the big fish. Jacques wants double 8.
Game,
Gets
shot,
double
and
8
the match.
to seal a
Peter
4-1
Jacques.
victory against Mark Mcguini, and to put him level with the Gladiator on point in Group A. So all 3 players in the bottom half of the table find themselves on 6 points as a result of that victory for Peter Jacques, with an average of 85.26, 4 from 14 on the doubles and a high out of 96. So you sense now it is a 3-horse race to qualify through Group A, and we probably even say that quite loosely. Daniel Klose could open up a 6-point gap at the top of the table if he can get the better of Rob Collins. That game is coming up after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Peter Jacques run out the 4-1 winner over Mark McGeeney. Paul Nicholson alongside me. Paul, that was a really, really disappointing display from McGeeney, first of all, wasn't it?
He is very disappointed with it. I just bumped into him in the hallway and he's just trying to find some answers at the minute. One of the things about this week is that if it doesn't work in Group A, you do have some time to figure it out over the course of the next couple of days. And maybe that's what Mark has got to do. He's just got to try and find something positive that he can work on and then move on from there.
And as for Peter Jacques, multiple missed starts, match starts, sorry, at the end of that one for him. But 2 huge wins now over Murray and McGeeney. He's probably, as we've said, he's not going to qualify from Group A, but he's doing his chances of getting into Group B. And even if he doesn't do that, just giving himself a bit of confidence going into the Thursday and Friday, and that's really crucial.
I think the crucial thing for Peter today is that he's played better today than he did yesterday. So if you can incrementally do it over the week, have a bad day Monday, that's probably the best day to have a bad day. But better today, and the day's not over yet, you could still bank another win. So maybe get 6 points from Tuesday, and then you never know what can happen on Wednesday and Thursday.
And as we can see on the table there, things are pretty bunched up behind Greg Ritchie now, aren't they? You know, need the 2 points separating 4th, 5th and 6th with the player in 3rd. So if you were to pick, of course, Daniel Klose is looking really, really incredible at the top of the table. Can you see anyone flustering him?
Not at this stage. He just looks really comfortable in the top position, and he's starting to play even better than he did when he first made the top position. I mean, Ryan Murray has not had a good day so far, but Greg has had a somewhat better day at certain points. He's definitely scored better, but right now I think Daniel Klose is in a class of his own.
Absolutely, and he has got Rob Collins up next. And I just wonder, with a tie like this, when we see Rob looking so animated down there during a match, playing someone who just never looks unsettled, that could infuriate you even more, couldn't it?
I just don't think anything's going to infuriate Daniel. He's just a poker player of a dart player and just wants to get on with it. But I like this antithesis match. I like to see players that have got different approaches. So let's get it on.
Absolutely. Let's follow this man's footsteps. Let's get it on.
Indeed, we will, Abby. Rob Collins up against Daniel Klose. Game 11 of our day here at the MODUS Super Series. Battle between a man from Munich and a man from Bognor Regis. Bavaria against Bognor Regis, only at the MODUS Super Series. Well, Daniel Klose is looking to get one step closer towards qualifying through to Saturday night's finals. He could put himself 6 points clear following the conclusion of this particular matchup up against Collins, who is on 6 points. Could potentially be a 10-point gap between these two following the conclusion of this match. And you look at the gap as well and the legs difference before play begins in this one.
First
Daniel
leg,
Klose plus 18. Rob Collins minus 7. But despite the gaps, despite the disparities, it is game on. It is 0-0. And it's Collins who's off to a good start.
Now we start to look at who benefits from the win and who really is diminished by the loss.
98.
This is a big, big game. Not for Daniel Klose, in my opinion, but for Ryan Murray and Greg Ritchie. They're at the point where they need Daniel to be pegged back by the people in the bottom half. And considering what's happened over the last day and a half, that's a lot to ask.
A lot to ask.
95.
And it's a lot to ask to see this man, well, if he gets himself onto 16, 6 clear, if we talk about capitulations if he doesn't go on and claim group honours from that point.
58.
Are you still thinking that 18 points is going to win this group? Would you like to change your answer, Henry? I will offer it only once.
I think I should.
It's a bit like saying, would you like £1,000 or would you like what's in the mystery box?
170.
Right now, he'd probably say, do you know what? I think I'll take the £1,000.
Yeah, but what if you're only here once, Noel?
105.
Unfortunately for you lot, I'm here again after today.
like I was just saying to Abby on the gantry there, not only is he not phased by anything,
140.
but he has
Robbie
improved.
requires 65.
That's why I'm impressed today. He has not been defeated yet. His final match will be against Mark McGeeney
45.
in match number 13.
Daniel requires 70.
And if he steals this leg away, he's showing us the ability of larceny in darts. He shouldn't win this leg.
45.
And he might not.
Robbie required 20.
And despite the darting brilliance, Collins returns for double 10 to take the opening leg.
Game shot on the
Excellent
first
last
leg.
start. And look at
Rob
what it means to
Collins.
Rob Collins.
Shouldn't call him man of steel, should call him man of many faces.
Second leg, it's Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Give us Collins, Cam.
I don't know many dart players who pull as many faces as Rob Collins, but I applaud him for doing it. I don't think he's everybody's
100.
cup of tea, but you know what? If you're going to go up there and make a name for yourself with your darts and with your personality, then be my guest. That's what I say.
100.
As Oasis famously said, you have to be yourself. Don't be no one else. And at the minute, Daniel Klose is feeling supersonic.
I'll give you some credit, Henry. At least you're courting a
97.
decent band.
Little by little, we'll get there. I think it was 27 years ago this week.
43.
What's the story? Morning Glory came out.
I remember that coming out. I went to buy it at HMV in Newcastle on Northumberland Street. That was a very big day. Boy, did we play that album for a year straight. And beyond.
120.
Oh, the bounce out for Klose. It doesn't really cost him that much because he's heavily ahead anyway. You weren't even
60.
alive during the Britpop Wars.
No, but my playlist on a certain streaming music app may resemble a lot of Oasis, Pulp, Blur, that type of era, the Verve.
Okay.
100.
Oasis or Blur?
Oasis for me.
Good man. I knew I liked you for a reason.
Better than Coldplay?
100.
I don't even
Daniel, you
have to dignify
require
that with an
84.
answer. Right, exclamation point for leg two. It's all up to Daniel. Very, very nice.
76.
Tell you what, he was really close to busting the score there. A single 16 would have taken him all the way back to 84. That third dart wasn't his best. But you wouldn't think so. He's just not giving anything away.
100. Daniel, you require
Can you imagine
8.
if Daniel won this week, what kind of emotion you'd get from him? Very little. Double two.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
second
done.
leg.
17 darter.
Daniel Klose.
We're now down into best of 5.
And
Third
it
leg,
is
it's
the
Rob to
biggest
throw
contrast
first.
of
Game on.
emotions in world darts. The unflappable, unshakable, unquakeable Daniel Klose up against Rob Collins,
58.
who will tell you exactly how he is thinking, how he is feeling, what he's computing at every single juncture, avenue and turn.
When I first started playing competitive darts in the mid to late 90s,
99.
the climate of the sport was so UK heavy that it was seen as a niche sport. There was a little bit of a smattering of North
60.
America with John Part, and then obviously the Dutch invasion with the likes of Scholten, Van Barneveld, Stompy, and some others. But you got a game against someone from Germany. You got a game
140.
against someone from other parts of the world, and you thought, what a good draw. One of the nicest things that I've seen in my career is the evolution
60.
of the flags that we have in the fixtures. It's about time that darts was a global sport, and it is. We're talking about Germany being a really big player.
79.
If you want evidence of that, look at the World Championships around the turn of the century, and look at all of the flags next to the names. Then, 20 years later,
81.
look at the difference in the countries represented.
Tell you what would be a really good idea one week. International week. So no players in the British Isles. Bit of Europe. Bit of North America. Try and get a couple of players of Asia. That would be absolutely excellent if that was. Of course,
55.
there's a lot of practicalities you'd have to jump through to do it. But
If you build it, it will come. That's what they said in Field of Dreams with Kevin
140.
Costner.
Daniel, you require 128.
I want to see the explosion of talent from Iceland. I'm really interested in those guys. Not just the male players, but also some very
56.
handy female players as well.
Robbie, you require
especially
102.
their figurehead player there, a lady called Ingeborg.
$31. Daniel, you require
Klose
72.
wants 72 to break and lead 2-1.
Happy Accident leaves 48.
Game
And that is a
shot on the
huge
third
dart,
leg.
under huge
Daniel
pressure,
Klose.
under huge scrutiny. And Daniel Klose is up to the task. That's a sentence he said once or twice so far this week, probably more times than
Fourth leg,
that.
it's Daniel to throw
He leads
first.
2-1 against Rob
Game on.
Collins, and he's halfway towards opening up a 6-point gap at the top of Group A.
I keep looking at that logo on the back of his shirt today, and it looks increasingly like okay. He's looking very okay in this scenario. When he played against
140.
Rob Collins yesterday, it was a 4-1 win for Rob Collins.
The only
80.
defeat of the day yesterday.
Yeah, that makes very little sense based on what we've seen in this match and throughout today. But they always say that darts is on the day, and today so far has been Daniel's
95.
day.
We have had a Daniel Day play in this competition in the past.
Knew you were going to say that. Dan Day, lovable chap.
100.
Are we getting to the point now we've been in the commentary box with each other so long we can read each other's mind? And that's probably not a good thing.
Yeah, it is getting to that stage, Henry. I fear to think what we're going to get with Chris Murphy and myself the next few days. I've been working with Chris for over 10 years.
140.
Another classy leg here from Klose, leaving 1-2-6 after 9. Causing all sorts of problems for everybody in this
135.
table.
Daniel, you require 126.
I'm setting my stall. I don't think he loses this group. I just don't think he's going to be caught.
His position in this group is beginning to look potentially unassailable. He will not go for the bull.
94.
He's just doing everything right. Even before he got that treble 19, he knew exactly where Rob Collins stood in this leg. And at no point did he
90.
think about going for
Daniel,
the
you
50.
require 32.
And it wasn't as if he stepped back and recalculated to see where Rob Collins was. He knew exactly the situation. He knew the scenario.
Game
He
shot
knew
on
the
fourth
assignment.
leg. Daniel
And he
Klose.
nails it.
It's almost like he was teasing Rob Collins right there, saying, you know what, I'm not going to go for it on dart 1.
Fifth leg, it's Rob
I'm not going to
throw
go for it on
first.
dart 2. I'm
Game
going to
on.
make you think that I'm going to miss this. Oh, but I'm going to hit it. That'll make Rob feel even worse.
119.
He doesn't really remind me of anybody either. There are certain players that you see
137.
up close for the first time, and you think they remind me of such and such, but no, he's got his own way of doing things, It's a very deliberate pace.
140.
I think you're right, Henry. I think we've uncovered something here with Daniel. I'm going to be writing a lot in the way of column inches over the next
43.
6 weeks about German players. And I get the feeling that this information is going to be invaluable as to who's going to win the German
60.
Super League next month. We obviously looked at Wenig last week. We looked at Ritchie last week. If you think that in the German Super League next month, that's going to be an automatic spot for someone like Nico Kurz or Max Hopp, think again.
100.
This guy will figure. And on this information, I said something this morning to you. You're not going to win the group by averaging
60.
constantly in the mid to high 80s. You're going to have to find something a bit more predatory before the end of the week. Today, he's found improvement. So what could he do tomorrow with 2 days in the bank?
130. Rob, you require
This is
122.
stupendous. And now Klose has the chance to close it out on 91 to go 6 points clear.
84.
And he's making
Daniel,
the
you
Super
require
Series
91.
look super easy at this present moment in time.
He's not going to do double-double. Oh, he is. And he might even hit it.
Game, shot,
Wow.
and the match.
What a way to
Daniel
finish it.
Klose.
I know that Rob Collins has just been defeated by 4 legs to 1, but everybody has to applaud a shot like that. Measured, accurate, brilliant. Just sensational. 93 the average. It's very good without being ultra spectacular, but he has found another 4 or 5% today. That's why he's now on 16 points in the table, and he's 6 points ahead of Ryan Murray, who he was tied with at the start of play. We aren't far away from Greg Ritchie taking on Ryan Murray in a Scottish battle. That's coming next after this short break.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where we have just seen another superb performance from Dan Klose, getting that 4-1 victory over Rob Collins. It really has been a perfect day so far, with one match remaining for Klose on day 2. It was actually Collins who started that one the better, but you just cannot unsettle the man from Germany. A 93 average from him in that one. And as I mentioned, 4 wins from 4 on day 2 of Group A. His board management was superb throughout that match, and he is a man on a mission right now. Superb double-double finish to get over the line in that one. 4 out of 9 on the outer ring, as you can see there. Rob Collins, 25% checkout success in that one. And as the lad said in commentary, it really is hard to see him relinquishing that lead at the top of the table. We can see the league standings now. He has got that 6-point advantage at the top of the table. It is the man in second, Ryan Murray, up next against Greg Ritchie. He can close that gap, of course, to 4 points in this next match. He is looking, though, to bounce back after successive defeats, back-to-back defeats for Murray in his last 2 matches. So can he get back to winning ways? Before we get on to that, though, lads, I can't let this one slide. It is Blur over Oasis every day of the week.
Shall I say it or should you?
I used to like Abby. I think I may have lost faith. I'm so sorry. Oh well, let's get on with the darts. Probably the best way. And if we're talking about Scottish groups, let's just disperse with the English groups for now. Is this Travis versus
The Proclaimers?
There you go. What a great example of a band clash. The Proclaimers and Travis. Who would you pick?
First leg, it's Greg to throw
Travis
first.
for me.
Game on.
Should have said Biffy Clyro.
Mm.
Well, all Scottish battle. And we like an all Scottish battle.
Well, Ryan Murray must be thinking the last couple of games, why is it always
41.
raining on him? Defeated against Klose 4-0, who averaged 93.94, and then prior to that, lost 4-1 to Peter Jacques, who averaged 89.18. And so he's looking to get back to winning ways against Greg Ritchie.
180.
That's more like it. Bad first visit, impeccable second one. Well done, Greg.
We saw this from him in his
90.
last game, didn't we? Where he was hitting a lot of maximums, but elsewhere scoring-wise, it was kind of feast or famine.
You were saying?
140.
Started with a famine, now he's got a full belly.
Don't tease us with
140.
food thoughts at lunchtime, Mr. Nicholson.
Yeah, proximity to the treble 20 so far in this first leg has been good for Greg. He's looking to leave tops.
60. Ryan, you
Can't do
require
so.
137.
Murray's got options. Perfect. Double top. For another is not going to happen.
97. Greg, you require 80.
But as far as first legs go, this has been pretty good. 2 safe singles. A double top from the angle. Now he's hit this shot already today.
40.
But not on this occasion. He's got to throw that
Ryan,
high
you
and
require
hard.
40.
But he's throwing it from maybe an inch further away as he goes left on the oche.
2 10s.
No score.
And that's not the
Greg, you
first time we've
require
seen that dart
40.
in double 5 straight into the double 12. And so Richie returns. This is for a 16 dart leg, but it feels just a bit scrappy because of the way the players have scored at the start. Double 10.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
Richie gets there
Greg
in the end. It's
Ritchie.
been his finishing prowess, which has put him in the position that he is in the group.
Second
it was
leg,
an
it's Ryan
18
to
dart
throw
leg in
first.
the end.
Game on.
And for Ryan Murray, I think if he loses this, we could probably
100.
begin to write Daniel Klose's name in a HB pencil into the finals on Saturday night. The full biro pen, though, is still to come out.
135.
I think we have to take into account that Ryan Murray will be playing in the final game of today against Rob Collins.
80.
Are we at the point yet where he needs to win both of these matches today to give himself the right amount of confidence going into Wednesday? But
56.
I probably have to agree with my own statement because I'm thinking about this on the fly. If Daniel Klose takes care of Mark McGeeney after this, he's on 18
60.
points. And there is a possibility that Murray could be on 10. Ritchie could be on 10. There could be an 8-point gap going into the third day.
And flip the logic the other way around. You're saying Murray needing the wins. Can you see Klose dropping the points?
Not really.
91. Greg, you require
We have
130.
a big fish and a baby fish. Going for the wee baby. Oh, and decides not to go for it.
56.
Over to you, Ryan. He's laid the gauntlet down.
170.
He's put out the bait. The big fish won't be reeled in.
60. Greg, you require 74.
So 74 for a 2-0 lead. That's a bit of a flyer.
Double 10. Just making sure.
54.
Was he taken out
Ryan,
of
you
rhythm?
require 110.
I wonder. Where does he go now? Quite a few people might have stayed on the
40.
60 there, just in case
Greg, you require
there was a kind
20.
collision. But not a great deal has gone right for Ryan today.
Game shot on the second leg.
And it continues
Greg
in that vein
Ritchie.
because now his Scottish counterpart is at the halfway point with Ryan still languished on 0.
Third leg, it's Greg to throw first.
As
Game
far
on.
as the day is concerned, Ryan is having a very similar time to it than that of Peter Jacques yesterday. Started with a win against McGeeney in match 1. Since then has lost
42.
to Peter Jacques by 4 legs to 1. And he's also lost 4 legs to 0 against Daniel Klose, which, like you said, Henry, could prove to be the pivotal result in this group.
99.
Well, it is a Tuesday, and the 2 defeats may be leading to a bit of a domino effect here for Ryan Murray. You may see his chances evaporate, and they are
140.
evaporating very, very quickly as Greg Ritchie continues to hammer the trebles bed. 2 140 pluses, 2 maximums,
100.
and he is completely outscoring his compatriots.
I like that you said hammer, because Andy Hamilton won Group A a couple of
43.
weeks ago. Didn't go on to win on the Saturday night, though. That was the night of Conan Whitehead.
126.
What an addition he's going to be to the finals night field, or the Champions Week field, should I say.
Oh, yeah. It's never dull when Co's around
140.
in a good way.
Wonder how his beloved Willing United got on at the weekend.
60.
You probably know more than I do.
Greg, you
I
require
know he took on Haventon Waterloo a few weeks
136.
ago, drew 2-2. Haven't scored a 90th minute equaliser with 10 men, but wouldn't know anything else other than that. We may see and may know Ryan Murray's fate if that 136 went.
96. Ryan, you
I told you
require
you'd know more than I did.
160.
I didn't have a clue that they played Haventon Waterlooville recently. He had one of these yesterday. He's not going to have another 116.
42. Greg, you
The
require
king of the 116
40.
yesterday was Greg Ritchie. He got 2 of them. Double 10 again.
Game shot on the
Double
third
5
leg.
is
Greg
fine.
Ritchie.
Well, we're seeing a lot of results in
Fourth leg,
matches
it's Ryan
at this
to throw
portion of the day,
first. Game on.
which are being won by big margins. Since that Greg Ritchie 4-3 win over McGeeney, we've had a 4-0 and 2 4-1s.
85.
We could have another 4-0 or 4-1 coming your way.
And the biggest compliment I can pay Greg Ritchie here
140.
is how composed, how measured this performance is.
Here's an interesting thing that
100.
is possible in this leg. How about Greg Ritchie going to second place? So Richie would go to 10 points, like Ryan Murray.
42.
But the difference in leg difference that a 4-0 would give would take Richie to +3
125.
and Murray to +1. Actually, it would be all square. I do beg your pardon.
28.
They're both battling it out for second spot at the minute. But there's every likelihood that neither of them are going to catch the German.
55.
Could be consecutive weeks that a German wins Group A here at the Super Series. Lukas Venig, the victor last week, and to be honest, was quite unlucky not to get through his group on Saturday night.
58.
Played pretty well, just didn't
Ryan,
get the just
require
rewards.
136.
Yeah, he was gazumped by a 170 from eventual champion Gavin Carlin.
96.
That's really good. Murray has stuck to his task and he's constantly in that mid-80s range with his average. But just to paint a picture, they're both
63.
in that range.
Ryan,
But look at the difference in the
40.
score. 2 10s.
30.
Hasn't had much in the way
Greg,
of
you
joy
require 170.
in taking out that shot with 3 darts in hand, unfortunately. And that's never a help when you're after a 170.
40. Ryan, you require 10.
To get a leg back.
No score.
Never looked likely. Never looked
Greg, you
likely. Richie
require
can now win it with a 130.
Got to throw it higher. Creates the angle. And can't find the target
41.
by the smallest of
Ryan, you
margins.
require 10.
One of the scruffiest legs we've had today. It could get longer.
Game shot.
There
on the
you
fourth
go.
leg.
24 darts is
Ryan
enough
Murray.
to get his first leg of the contest. He's not going to be bageled here. And you just sense that maybe
Fifth leg,
Ryan
it's
Murray
Greg
was
to throw
hurt
first.
by
Game
that
on.
4-0 drubbing by Daniel Klose. It had a massive effect on him because he lost, what was it, at least 7 legs on the trot?
60.
He's actually only won 6 legs today.
I think it's 8 in a row because he was 3-0
100.
down to Jacques, brought it back to 3-1, and then Jacques obviously won the last leg in the game before that. It's been a torrid Tuesday for the tartan tungsten tosser, as Chris
117.
Murphy would say.
Even harder to say in a Scottish accent.
I'd like my job.
60.
Chris Murphy will be in this chair tomorrow alongside the asset.
I'm still hoping he's going to bring his
58.
dog one day as the Super Series mascot.
Yes. Most
100.
famous darting dog on social media now, do you think? Got to be up there.
No, I think that would have to go to Sherlock and Watson Mardle.
140.
Very true. Very true.
That's a great dart. That's the kind of dart that I can really
Greg, you
appreciate. He's got
require
a 28-gram dart in the way of
126.
the 60, and he's still from the top corner. Incredible shot. Maybe in vain, though. Richie is looking for the win on double 6.
Game,
Superb.
shot, and the match.
15
Greg
darter to finish it
Ritchie.
off. And that is an all-Scottish win for Greg Ritchie. And that gets him into second position in the table. He now takes his leg difference to +2. And it's +1 for Murray. They've got the same points now in 10. But Ryan Murray just hasn't found his doubling today, has he? Only 1 out of 11. Had plenty of opportunities, just couldn't find the target. We've got one more round of matches to go. And Daniel Klose, the ultimate closer, will close out his Tuesday matches against Mark McGeeney after this short interval.
Hello and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Greg Ritchie condemn Ryan Murray to yet another defeat. It was a 4-1 victory for Ritchie in that match. Of course, that really dents Murray's chances of topping Group A come the end of play tomorrow. Ritchie really struggled in the scoring phase yesterday, but as you can see there, it's been a real performance from him. 2 180s, 5 140s. It's been a more complete day for Ritchie, I think it's fair to say today. Concerning for Murray, though, that in his last 3 matches, he's picked up just 2 legs. Quite remarkable from the in-form player on day 1 here in Group A. So there you can see confirmation of that in the table. It's looking incredibly likely now that Daniel Klose will be our first man through to finals night. You just can't really see him faltering enough for anyone to catch him. He has, of course, got that 6-point advantage. He is up next. This will be his final match of day 2. He's up against Mark McGeeney in this one. So can Dan Klose finish his day on 5 out of 5? It really has been a remarkable day for him so far. Let's find out in the company of Henry and Nico.
Thank you very much, Abby, and what a Tuesday it's been for Daniel Klose. We asked the question at the top of the show, can he repeat the feat of Monday? Well, he's not just done that, he has exceeded what he did on his debut day here at the Super Series, and it looks as if he can get victory here, he'd probably home and hose before we even start Wednesday's action.
He's definitely not far off it, that's for sure. I've been incredibly impressed with him, but the job isn't done yet. Nickname of Dan the Man, up against the Gladiator, who was looking to feel a little bit better going into Wednesday. He's had a couple of performances today that he has been very disappointed with, but there have been some decent legs in there. So let's analyse Mr. Klose a little bit. Well, it's got to be closer, hasn't it? He's lost how many legs today, Henry?
You've
58.
calculated 3.
3 legs, he's playing match 5. Does that get your attention yet? Secondly, just to compare that to our history,
100.
on 2 occasions, someone has gone through a day and only lost 3 legs, but both were in Group C. That was John O'Shea and Jamie Lewis. They were last year.
180.
And he's at it again. The least amount of legs lost in a Group A is 5. So if he wins this match by 4
45.
legs to 0 or 4 legs to 1, he will have gone through a Group A day losing the least amount of legs in this tournament's history. Previously, in losing 5 legs, which is an amazing achievement,
99.
Graham Usher, Chris Gilliland and Gary Stone have done that. Their record is under threat. Do you want to hear another
81.
crazy stat about
Don't
today?
you require 164.
The overall average for the group is 0.07 down on yesterday. Less than 1/10 of a point difference between yesterday and today. What does that tell you about this group of players?
122.
Equal each other out. Well, what is it they say in Animal Farm? All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Well, Daniel Klose is no equal to anyone else at the minute. He is by far and away at the top of the group, and he's left 42
130.
after 12
Don't
to
you require
see out the
42.
opening leg against McGeeney, having only lost 3 all day.
I just don't think he's going to miss.
10.
He's missed.
Mark, you require 145.
It's just the classic commentator's curse. Which means if I say that Mark McGeeney's going to miss this, I'd be right.
The door's that way.
Don't I know it?
36. Daniel, you require 32.
You don't think he's going to miss this time? When he's had a second bite of the cherry,
Game
He's
shot
been
on the
finding the
first
target.
leg. Daniel Closer.
he's a learning machine, this guy. 1 down, 3 to go to have
Second leg.
A
It's Mark to
perfect
throw
day.
first. Game on.
and to back up an 8-point day on Monday with an improved Tuesday. This is fast becoming his group.
As McGeeney piles in the game's first max,
180.
I'm going to show you his stats on this game. I know it's only a leg in. Average, 93.94. Then, I show you the checkouts. If they're not an illustration of solid, then I don't know what is.
140.
Well, that's what he's doing most of the time. He's putting in 6 visit legs. He's finding just a shade over 1/3 of his doubles. It just goes to show in this group that is a formula that works.
81.
He has been ultra consistent. Now, yesterday, when he was playing 5 games, he averaged 86.61. Today, before this match began, 90.26. An improvement
58.
of 3.5 points. That's a big improvement.
Massively.
And here's the weirdest one of all, courtesy of the man, the myth, the genius, Mark Walker.
85.
All hail Mark. He still hasn't had a ton plus checkout this week. The highest checkout he's had is 94. How appropriate.
84. Mark, you require 155.
He's a man of mystique. Could Mark McGeeney give us an effort of magnifique?
Ooh, the guitar solo of a 155.
Game
That's
shot on
more
the
like
second
it.
leg.
That's more
Mark
gladiatorial.
McGeeney.
Phenomenal. And even then, no massive show of respect
Third leg, it's
from Daniel
to throw
Klose. Just
first.
a nice wink
Game on.
and a nod of the head as if to say, yes, Mark, that was very good. It was.
It must have been good because Daniel's shown an ounce of reaction. . I know Rob
60.
Collins is called the man of steel, but Daniel Klose is the man of steely looks. Doesn't give anything away.
Call him Steely Dan. You don't
Okay.
know who Steely Dan. Oh, do you? Honestly.
55.
Why did I even come up with that little pun? Because you've got no idea who Steely Dan are. They're a great band from well before you were born.
We should have left it Oasis, shouldn't we?
You know what? We might have come up with a better nickname for Daniel Klose.
140.
Steely Dan. Love it. There you go, Daniel. There's another nickname if you want it.
Well, considering that we already got a Dan the Man in this competition. And Dan Reed.
Of course.
100.
But we do live in the era of more than one dart player having the same nickname. Louis Williams called the Prince of Wales, like Richie Burnett. We've got so many dynamites. It's like an explosives factory.
96.
There's only one gladiator, though. Having said that, you may not be aware that there used to be another. Yes, well before he was
140.
called the Machine, James Wade was called the Gladiator. And if you haven't seen that little YouTube video of him walking out at Lakeside, please find it now because it will make you laugh.
82.
Talking about Gladiator, we've also got Wolfie coming in this week.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a bit of Wolfie.
$58. Daniel, you require 123.
Still playing really, really well here. Both playing very well, averaging in the mid-90s. It's good stuff. Last game of the day for these guys. Yesterday, this fixture was Dan's very first
45.
Super Series
Mark,
match,
you
and he
require
won it
148.
by 4 legs to 1, averaging just under 90 with excellent doubling. Mcguini is at it again. He's at it again. Oh, I thought it was in for a
120.
second.
Daniel, you require 78.
The 148 would have been on the back of a 155 and closer now on 78. That's the opportunities he has restricted Mcguini to. However, that treble one means that he's going to have to go 25 and bull, which doesn't go. And so Mcguini, for the first time in this
Mark
game, has a bit of breathing
28.
space, has double 14 for a break of throw. And to condemn closer to only a 5th leg lost in the day.
Game shot on the third
And it
leg.
goes.
Mark Mcguini.
I just knew he was going to hit that, Henry. Such a perfect lie. As long as he got the line right, he could nestle it over the top.
Fourth
that
leg,
was
it's Mark to throw first.
100% perfectly thrown. Now Daniel has lost 5 legs today. So a new record is not going to be
59.
set, but he could still equal it, but has to win 3 straight legs from here. Not that he's too bothered about things like that. All he wants to do is get the points, whether it's 4-2 or 4-3. But it's more difficult now than it once looked.
93.
If you can get the 2 points, he will be a very happy man. I'd say he'll be skipping and jumping at the bill. I don't think that's in his makeup. But he'll be very happy with his performance
42.
on Tuesday, his positioning in the table following Tuesday. And maybe this time tomorrow, he might be having a look at the local attractions and the local directory to see what to do with a couple of days off, because he is sprinting towards the
180.
finishing line in Group A.
All he's got to do is extend a text message to Lucas Vainig to find out what he did, but maybe they're 2 different people. Maybe they don't even know each other.
60.
Recommend a visit up the Spinnaker Tower. That'd be my recommendation if you've got an afternoon free.
Can't say that I have much spare time in Portsmouth when I come here. I spend 99% of my
140.
free time here. which I love, watching the sport that I love. It's a very frustrating sport when it's not going your way, which it hasn't done so for
70.
Mark Mcguini
Daniel,
today.
you
He's been
require
so
88.
stoic in trying to battle through some of these matches, but I think he's going to be drawn into a bit of a battle again. Double 10.
Game shot.
Man, what
the
a
fourth
perfect
leg.
double 10 that is.
Daniel Klose.
That was right in the equator, right in the epicenter. And we're now down to best of 3. The possibility of equaling
Fifth
that
leg, it's
record
Daniel to throw
of
first.
least legs conceded
on.
in a day in a 5-game group. Still alive for Daniel.
I'm going to put you on the spot. Is he going to do it?
I'm going to say no. I think this is going to be won by 4 legs
97.
to 3. I'm not going to say who wins it, because that would spoil the surprise. What it does do, if Daniel wins, is it pretty much puts pay to your prediction of 18 points winning this group. But the caveat to that is, I said 20. Judging by what Daniel has done today,
59.
it's not going to be 20 either. It's looking way more likely to be something like 22 or 24, or even better than that.
Could be 28.
We have had some tweets today from Jim McEwen. He's watching along.
Mr. 28
59.
himself.
Yeah, Colin Osborne's had 28 points in Group A as well. There is a hush over the Modus Live Lounge right now,
60.
with Jacques and Ritchie to come next, and then we will close with Collins and Murray. Almost sounds like a Northern Irish broadcaster, doesn't it? Collins and Murray.
140.
Done his fair bit of darts over the years as well.
If you went with the first names, you'd have Rob Ryan.
That sounds like a character from Gavin and Stacey. Who's it cracking, Rob?
85.
Almost sounds like a Scottish character from yesterday, like Rob Roy. You probably don't know that one either.
Completely sailed over
Same
the head.
sort of era as William Wallace and all of that.
My earliest
50.
memory of Scottish TV was Balamory.
I'm sensing a pattern when we commentate together, Henry. It's just a gap of years. Welcome to your daily dose of look how old Nico is compared to Henry.
80.
Well, how brilliant was that
157.
from Daniel? Oh, Mark, what are you up to? Wrong treble. Gave that a really good scare.
And you would think the way that Daniel's playing, there probably won't be another opportunity. However, he's left himself on double 14 just to be safe, just in case. He misses. But that was inevitable, wasn't it? The double 5 going in.
It's not as if Mcguini has played a bad game. He has improved in this match. 87 is average. His doubles are very decent at 40%. The reason he's behind is because his opponent has had 2 more shots at double. Simple as that.
And I just wonder whether the average has gone up due to the amount of maximums he's
85.
got today. He hit 3 in the entirety of yesterday. He got 3 in his first match. Then that was backed up by another in the 4-0 win against Ritchie. Got 2 against Murray. Didn't get any in the last game against Collins. And that's another 3 today.
140.
If this was a 10-game group in the day, I mean, perish the thought, players would be horizontal by the end of it. But you just sense that Klose would be able to
43.
maintain this all day long. To me, it looks like he's got a remarkable amount of darts fitness without delving too deeply into the way he prepares. I just get the feeling he is
58.
capable of putting in a lot of hours consecutively without feeling too tired. He's got an engine, as this guy.
And this German darting engine might be motoring towards the finishing line in this game.
90.
He's got a distinct advantage now against the throw, leading 3-2, needing one more for victory to complete a perfect day in terms of points.
It's Lou Reed, isn't it, who sang Perfect Day?
47.
Yes, I do know that one. I do know that
There
one.
you go. So 10 points from 10. Possible would be a Lou Reed day. Quite a lot of people these days in 283. It's not a number you would leave very often. But people like the 133 on 19s to leave 150, which means you stay on the 19s. It's the kind of thing that Dirk van
100.
Dijvenbode taught us by using the 19s a bit more, and ultimately Matters Rasma as well. Biggest checkout of this match for Daniel, 88. So he still has not got a ton plus
99.
finish.
Daniel, you require 156.
This may be his last opportunity to get one for the first 2 days of the week.
$60. Mark, you require 84.
Maybe an opening for McGeeney to make it 3-3, and maybe Nico's prediction comes true if the double 12 goes.
Game
And we
shot
will
the
go
Segway.
to
Mark
the
McGeeney.
distance, to a decider, and Daniel Klose has lost as many legs in this particular match as he has done for the rest of the day.
Seventh and final leg. It's Daniel to throw
He's not going to
first.
join the party
Game on.
of players who have only lost 5 legs in a day in a 5-match group. So that record is gone, but it's all about this one now to see whether he gets to 18 points for the end of Tuesday or
96.
whether he will stay on 16.
It just gives a glimmer of hope for Messrs. Ritchie and Murray.
There have only been 2 4-3 victories today,
60.
and they've both been won by Greg Ritchie. One over Mark McGeeney and one over Rob Collins. So does that have some
58.
bearing on how McGeeney is feeling here in leg 7? He did not have the darts against Greg Ritchie, so he was up against it there. And guess what? He hasn't got the darts here either. So with that in mind,
100.
he must keep pace with Daniel, which he's doing after 6 darts. Pray for a mistake or create the psychological error by putting them under pressure. But putting this guy under pressure
140.
just makes him better.
He's like one of those inflatable Michelin men. Just gets better and inflates as the pressure goes up. And this could be
60.
the visit that ends the day of Mark McGeeney, because Daniel Klose now on 207 has 6 darts to seal the match, and in turn finish the day with a perfect return. 10 points from a possible 10.
85.
And just 1 defeat over the course of the first 2 days.
You sense it's got to be a maximum. He's had 1 in this game. Daniel's had 3.
81. Daniel,
not
you
enough.
require 122.
And Daniel can do whatever he feels is right. Quite a few people like the bullseye on this shot. But he's going tradish. Does he want to finish the day on the bull?
90.
Well, a lot of people might say, well, why go 18s if you're not going to go for the bull? But ultimately, leaving 32 was the right play.
He does everything the right way. That is what we're finding out about this man.
40. Daniel,
Did
you
he find the
require
right double?
32.
to seal the perfect Tuesday.
Game, shots,
And there it
and
is,
the match.
Daniel Klose closes out a remarkable day at the Super Series for him. He has picked up all 10 points that was available to him with a 90.92 average in a 4-3 success against Mark Mcguini. 3 maximums in the game, 4 for 9 on the doubles, a high out of 88. And after 2 days play in Group A, Daniel Klose finds himself on 18 points. At the minute, he has a lead of 8 points. That could be the case come the end of the day. It could be reduced to 6 depending on what happens in our final 2 matches. Greg Ritchie is looking to close the gap and give himself a glimmer of hope going into the final day's action when he takes on Peter Jacques after this short break.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Dan Klose complete the perfect day of action here in Group A. 5 wins out of 5 for him on day 2 of week 11. A really, really superb day from the German in that one. We really are starting to get excited about him here at the Super Series. Lost just 1 game over the course of the 2 days so far, and he's only lost 6 legs in 5 matches today. Quite remarkable. There you can see an average just below 91 in that match. 3 180s from him, really embracing the challenge here at the Live Lounge. We did see, of course, that high finish of 155 from McGeeney early on in that one. It was, of course, his first ton-plus checkout of the week, but not even that could unsettle or fluster the German Klose, who was remarkable in that match. We can have a look at what that does to the table heading into our last 2 matches of today's session. There we have confirmation Daniel Klose heads into the final day in Group A on 18 points. We think that probably is going to be an unassailable lead now for the ones below him. Greg Ritchie, of course, joint with Ryan Murray on 10 points. So our penultimate game of the day, it does see Peter Jacques up against Greg Ritchie. Ritchie, of course, looking for his 4th victory of the day. It has been a great day for him so far. So to guide you through the rest of today's action, here is Nico and Henry.
Cheers, Abby. 2 more games to go. Greg Ritchie against Peter Jacques being the first of them. Greg Ritchie, who's had a really good, both players actually have had a really good Tuesday here at the Super Series. He's now become the most likely contender if there is a slip up from Daniel Klose. So Peter Jacques, he's putting himself back in the Group B equation, courtesy of results today. Who will finish on a high, Paul Nicholson?
I think this is a bit of a coin flip match, actually. Greg's been pretty good today. He's won 3 of his 4 games.
First leg,
He's
it's
been the
Pete's
most
to throw
impressive player
first.
behind
Game on.
our leader. But then if you go one further back, Peter Jacques has won 50% of his games, which is an improvement on yesterday. And he has had some better performances
96.
in individual matches. So a really good contest coming up. But you have to say at this point, because Daniel is finished on 18 points
61.
for Tuesday, if Jacques, Collins, not Jacques or Collins, I forgot the or, don't get a win in their last match, they're out of
100.
reach. They're out. Simple as that. I know it's very unlikely that they're going to get top spot, but we have to say mathematically that they're out. There are 10 points up for grabs tomorrow.
57.
And a loss for Jacques and a loss for Collins would mean that they are 12 points behind going into day 3.
I suppose a lot of these last 2 games would be about
41.
mindset. They would have seen what Daniel has done. They just cannot allow themselves to have Tuesday fizzle out from their perspective. That could be the potential
96.
danger if they look at it glass half empty.
Now, Mcguini's finished on 6 points and -7.
100.
A win for Collins and a win for Jacques. What that would do is demote Mcguini to the bottom
61.
spot.
Peter, you require 124.
So 1-2-4 for Jacques. If I had to go along for the treble 18, probably wouldn't have gone for the
56.
bullseye with Richie back on 2-2-6. Low start for the Scot thus far.
56. Peter, you require 68.
I think it's interesting he went for the 16 there because the 170 is easier than some of its little brothers and sisters in the 160 range.
64.
You'd rather
Greg,
go
you
for 2
require
treble 20s in bull
170.
than 3 separate targets around the board.
$46.
Just
Peter,
feels a
you
bit
require
ragged
4.
from Greg so far in this match. We're only 1 leg in, but it could be 1 leg completed.
No score.
And I thought this was a risk.
Greg, you require 124.
I thought with Daniel Klose so far ahead that there was a chance that these last 2 matches could be very scratchy. How about to finish it with a boom?
99.
Not to be.
Peter, you require 4.
Double 2 for Jacques to take the opener.
No score.
Carbon
Greg,
copy
you
of the last
require
visit.
25.
Just couldn't find the target. Didn't really get close to it. How is Richie getting this shot for a break of throw? His 24th dart of the leg could give him a 1-0 lead against the throw.
9. Peter,
Well,
you
well,
require
well.
4.
So Jacques is back again. He probably didn't expect to be back. 11 missed doubles in this opening leg. Make that 12. 13.
No score.
And still we
Greg,
go
you
on.
require 16.
Double 4.
Game shot
It's
on the
there.
first leg. Greg Ritchie.
One of the longest breaks of throw that I can remember in our Super Series careers.
Second leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game
But now
on.
that we're not thinking about good averages anymore, let's just get on with the match. Let's face it, Greg Ritchie is not out of this yet. Let's have a little look
140.
as to when he will play Daniel Klose tomorrow. Day 3 will see Greg against Peter in match
81.
1. After that, he will take on Ryan Murray in match 5. Greg has Rob Collins in his last game.
125.
He's got Daniel Klose in match 12. So what Greg needs to happen if he stands any hope in this group of getting the top spot, he must win this game and have an excellent start tomorrow. Daniel must stutter against Ryan Murray
58.
and Mark McGeeney. And if that happens, anything is possible come game 12 tomorrow.
He cannot lose another game in this group. It's as simple as that.
140.
Because he's on 10 points now. If he wins this and all 5 tomorrow, that's 22. That's possible. And it would require
140.
Daniel to
Peter
not be as good as today. In fact, he'd have to have his worst day of the week by quite some distance.
85.
That 157 wouldn't have been
Greg
Jacques' best of the week. He's already had a 160 over the past couple of days. Greg Ritchie goes straight for the double 19.
Game shot on the
And
second
that is
leg.
why. And he
Greg
opens up a
Ritchie.
2-0 lead on Peter Jacques here.
Third
Roughly
leg, it's
half
Peter
the
to
amount of
throw
darts for that
first.
second
Game
leg.
on.
Incredible when you think about it.
It is a weird game sometimes. Whilst you've got a little bit of time together
99.
for the last time this week, let's go through the potential Simpsons character suggestions we parked earlier on today.
180.
Well, somebody said that Greg Ritchie was groundskeeper Willie, but that's purely because he's Scottish. He looks a bit more like the
100.
teenager who works at Krusty Burger with the squeaky voice.
I thought that was me.
A little bit
31.
self-deprecating there, Henry. I did get a suggestion for Peter Jacques, but I don't want to say it because I don't think it's
93.
very nice actually. So let's move on from that.
Be kind.
Absolutely. Let's have good banter, kind banter.
I don't think anything will top Millhouse, to be honest.
39.
There's time yet. I'm here all week.
Paul will be joined by Chris Murphy in the commentary box tomorrow
45.
from 9:30. Abigail Davis will front our coverage. It'll be then free for the remainder of the week.
And Chris Mason will be back on Saturday
96.
to join me in the commentary box as Chris
164.
Murphy makes his way up to the presentation booth. That's a good first start. That's a good second dart. That is not a good third.
129.
If you want
Greg
an honest
require
reaction to that one, just look at
155.
Peter's face. That's a good first start. That's a good second.
117.
That's a better third, but it still doesn't
Peter
find
required
what he was looking
35.
for.
2 16s.
Just looks a little flat, doesn't he, Peter?
Greg, you require 38.
He's had to deal with an awful lot the last couple of days. Ups and downs, predominantly down, unfortunately. Double eights.
Game
And
shot
Greg
the
is
third
now
leg.
3-0 up.
Greg Ritchie.
This is the ideal scenario for him, but we can't ignore something else.
Fourth leg. It's
The
Greg
leg
to throw
difference of
first.
Daniel Klose
Game on.
is currently at plus 22. Yes, I said that right. Plus 22. Richie's before this game began,
140.
plus 2. He's only 20 legs behind. He's 8 points behind right now. That 20-leg difference is the
100.
equivalent of 4 more points.
20 points is 4 times 5. How many games they play tomorrow?
Well, that's the possible 8-leg
140.
swing, isn't it? So it's almost like 6 points. And it depends on a capitulation from the German
60.
and brilliance from the Scot. Or the Scots, because obviously Ryan Murray is still in the race.
But I throw the question straight back to you. As good as they could be, can you see Daniel Klose in this
57.
situation not going through?
Let's face it, if we're looking at the numbers only, without the names next to the numbers, someone on 18 points,
96. Greg,
and
you
that leg
require
difference going into day 4,
164.
I don't see that being reversed. I will be amazed if Daniel Klose does not win this group.
119.
And I will be amazed if Greg Ritchie doesn't win this match. Having said that, I've been wrong before.
180.
It might
Greg,
be a
you
dead cat
require
180.
45.
It may be a turning point. If Richie doesn't get tops, double 10.
35.
Well, that chance is
PC
gone.
requires 65.
Peter's had 14 darts at double in this match.
Game shot on the fourth
But his
leg.
16th
Peter
dart at a double
Jacques.
does find the target to break his duck.
Fifth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
I've got to get to the root of that one. Breaking a duck. How do you break a duck?
Probably get a baseball bat or something like that, but I don't think the OSPCA would be too happy with that.
Yeah, it's not a very nice thing to say, though, is it?
No.
Breaking ducks. I'll have to get to the bottom of that saying. I love to do
58.
that, to figure out why these things came about.
Cue WhatsApp from Chris Murphy in 3, 2, 1.
60.
He's probably driving.
Very true. Hopefully he's not then.
Been a good scoring leg for Peter.
180.
But Greg is getting in on the act. Just when Peter's getting that little bit of room, Greg says, I'm not having any of that.
96.
Oh, silly Peter. Leaving 165. That's not the right thing to do. And he understands right now that he's done something wrong. He should have gone
57.
back to the 20s or to the 17s with dart number 3. Having said that, it doesn't make any difference.
Do you remember in the last leg when I said that 180 will either be a dead cat shot or the catalyst? It could just be the latter here. This game might be changing. It
90.
might be turning
PC
on its head.
requires 32.
If Peter Jacques can take out this 32,
I've just pulled the same face as Peter, as if to say, how do I hit this?
60.
Oh, he almost did.
Greg, you require 160.
too far away. This is to take it and to take the spoils in the match.
Not another 116. I had 2 of them yesterday. One of them was the use of the 19s to get to the double.
56.
The other one was the use of the
PC
20s.
requires 16.
What could have been 4-0
Game shot on the fifth leg.
is now
Peter
3-2.
Jacques.
And Greg may only get this opportunity to win the match on his own throw.
Sixth leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Meanwhile, Daniel Klose is watching this and thinking, come on, Peter.
Do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel's left the
180.
building and doesn't really care what these guys do. It's all about what he does tomorrow. He could well have this group sewn up by 11:30 in the morning.
140.
Go on then, Greg.
$60.
I hate to say this, but I think Greg needed to win 4-0. He needed to get his leg difference to +6 to stand a chance in this group. And there's a reason why Peter Jacques is called the Terrier. It's because of how he plays the game, how he doesn't give up. He reminds me a little bit of Robert Thornton. He just keeps scraping and clawing his way
53.
back into a match if there's a tiny little bit left in it.
$100.
Game is very much alive.
$58. Peter, you require 121.
So then 121 to take us the distance. Treble 17. Would have given him a dart at the bullseye. He's going to move along for the
44.
treble 16.
Greg, you
No, that
require
found the single
150.
He's left this twice today, and he's going for a different route. You can see what he's trying to do. Get
Peter, you require
2 darts and a big
77.
treble to go for whatever double it leaves. Double 10. To take us the distance. Again.
57.
Chance for Greg.
Greg, you require 60.
I said this leg would provide him with his best chance of winning the match after being pegged back. He was hopeful that that was in, but he does not get the call from Charlie.
Game,
But now he
shot,
does.
And the match.
A
Greg
really big
Ritchie.
win for Greg Ritchie, not only in his very, very fine chances of winning this group. He's going to be 6 points behind the leader going into Wednesday, but that win almost guarantees his spot in the top 3 at worst. 83 the average, 28% on the checkouts, and we only have one more match remaining for the day. It's going to be Ryan Murray against Rob Collins right after this break.
Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where we've relocated to the commentary booth. Paul Nicholson alongside me as we look ahead to the final game of the day's action here on Tuesday. Before we do that, let's look back on the stats from our previous match between Greg Ritchie and Peter Jacques, and a win, Paul, that Greg really needed to get.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did, Henry. And a good win it was in the end. He was pegged back, but not once, but twice today. He has found himself being pegged back, but both times he's won, showing a lot of steel and determination. But if you look at what Greg has done today, he's won 4 games from 5, and he has found the gap at the top has widened. What does that tell you about what Daniel Klose has done? But a good performance from Greg, but there's still more gears to find.
Well, let's have a look then and see what that result does then to our league table. As we know, Daniel Klose is the runaway leader on 18 points. Greg Ritchie, his closest rival, on 12. Ryan Murray on 10. He can join Ritchie on 12 with a victory. And it really is a case of, for the players in second and third, win and hope.
Very much so. But maybe it's just a case for Ryan Murray and Greg Ritchie of consolidating the top 3. That wouldn't be the worst result in the world because that would get them into a 5-player group with 3 spots available for the Saturday night. Daniel overnight is going to be thinking, with a 6-point buffer, this day couldn't really have gone any better for me if I'd have tried.
Indeed. And let's talk a little bit more in depth about Daniel Klose. We mentioned at the top of the show when we were both on stage together about how good the first day was, but it's about possibly backing it up on day 2 and day 3. And we saw last week with Franz Roach that good first day, but then the rest of the week perhaps didn't correlate. But with Daniel, he's got better, if anything, today.
I suppose he's looking for inspiration when it comes to the Germans that have been here before. And maybe the inspiring party was Lucas Wenig as opposed to Franz Roach, because winning Group A from Germany was a big deal for Lucas Wenig last week, but it looks like it's going to be a German double, doesn't it?
Can we throw to ourselves from the commentary box to the commentary box?
Of course we can.
Right, so your final game of the day is Ryan Murray against Rob Collins. Your commentary team is Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon. And as you can see, the 2 players on stage, that's the best segue I think we'll ever do in darts.
Well, 1 match to go. 35-year-old from Edinburgh with the heaviest dart in this group has got a bit of work to do just to keep pace with his countrymen, who now overtook him on 12 points. A win here by 4 legs to 0 would get Ryan Murray on 12 points and a better leg difference than that of Greg Ritchie. A win by 4 legs to 1 would get him on the same points and the same leg difference. That would make for a really interesting dinner time for those two, because they have been travelling here together. But as far as Rob Collins is concerned,
to throw first. Game on.
He knows now that he is pretty much eliminated. He is 32 legs behind Daniel Klose.
Yikes.
I could barely say that without breaking, because after 2 days, that is disturbing in its nature. I think we could potentially
85.
tomorrow. Not that I want to throw too much pressure at Daniel. I don't know exactly what the record is for leg difference after 3 days. I will check overnight. But if he breaks plus
96.
30, I'm pretty sure that's a record.
It's absolutely incredible in every single way you look at it.
He's plus 14 for the day.
100.
He was plus 8 yesterday, and we thought that was pretty good. But plus 14 for 1 single day, that's as good as I've seen.
We get impressed if that's the legs
34.
difference at the end of groups, let alone a day.
Well, yesterday when they played these two, they started the campaign
60.
and it was a 4-0 victory for Ryan Murray. That got him really cooking. But as for today, just like Collins, he's only got the
61.
1 win. So this ensures that whoever wins this match, they will not be the wooden spoon of the day. Whoever loses will be at the bottom of the pack on 2 points. Solely for
56.
Tuesday.
Ryan, you require 170.
But it does depend on the leg difference, because Mark McGeeney's only won 1 as well.
80.
But the players overnight, they've seen what Daniel's done, and we've spoken so much about it because he has been so good. What has the reaction got to be from
Ryan, you
them
require
tomorrow
90.
to get themselves what looks most likely in the best possible place for Thursday and Friday?
You've got to try and do exactly the same as what you tried to do today, but maybe with less pressure on your shoulders, less
55.
expectation.
Rob, you require 100.
Everybody wants to get 60 in tops right here. Decided to go for the 60 on dart 2
60.
instead of tops,
Ryan, you
because
require 35.
that was the correct way of doing it with the flight in the way.
Double 16,
3.
not to be.
There's
Rob, you
been
require
so much of that
40.
today from Ryan, unfortunately. Ever since he won against Mark McGeeney in game 1, nothing seems
Game
to have
shot
gone
on
his
the
way.
first
And it's not
leg.
gone his way in the
Rob
first leg of this
Collins.
contest. Rob Collins gets his first leg win against Muzz Lightyear for the week.
Second leg,
So
it's Rob
Collins
to throw
leads by
first.
a
Game
leg
on.
to 0 already as Nico rightly says, versus the Darting Demons of yesterday. This was the first game of yesterday.
55.
Everything flipping on its head in terms of the fixtures. Everything flipping on its head in terms of fortunes at the minute for Ryan Murray.
Yesterday, 8 points.
60.
Today, only 2. He could go from jointly the best player yesterday to being maybe the worst player of today.
140.
That has happened before, but it is quite rare.
97.
Well, it's the last game of the day, and we're not coming back for an evening session, so
60.
I just want to say happy birthday to our very close friend, Hugh Ware.
Yes, I'd like to concur. Many happy birthday returns to Hugh.
140.
Who is a part of our spotting team this week and is doing an absolutely excellent job.
40.
Yeah, never a dull moment when Hugh's around. Great entertainment. Got one of the best laughs in the game.
He does. We've heard it once or twice over the talkback machine, and it does brighten your day up.
180.
As do maximums just like that, especially when you're leaving a double after them.
60. Ryan, you require
So double
24.
12 for 13 for Murray. Double 6.
12.
But that strays the other side
Rob,
of the
you
wire.
require 146.
Going to be a bit of pressure now on this
98.
double 6.
Ryan, you require 12.
That should be a good guide. But he drags it left.
Game shot on the
What a
second
lovely
leg.
double 3,
Ryan
though.
Murray.
I suppose double 3 is known. And you said to me yesterday, didn't you? Doubles don't have anybody
leg, it's
named
Ryan
after
to
them,
throw
apart
first.
from
Game on.
14. Double 3 is the Ashdown.
The little Richard.
And it was his birthday a few days ago.
Oh,
hang on a minute.
180.
There we go. 84 grams of tungsten in the 60.
Well, I tell you what, at the minute,
100.
the scoring phase, Ryan Murray is partying like it is his birthday.
It'll make things feel a little bit better about Tuesday because
100.
I guarantee you if he loses this game, he's not going to feel well.
$100.
I don't think anybody has been to as many Saturday nights from this group as Rob Collins.
30.
Just going to have a little flick through 2021. Phase 2, week 2, he was 4th on the Saturday night.
140.
Week 4, he was equal 5th. Then in week 4 of phase 3, he was equal 5th. Week 1 of phase 4, he was 3rd.
123.
Champions Week, he was 4th.
Rob, you require
This is all in
161.
2021. 2021 was very good to him, and he was a runner-up at the back end of last year to Brian Roman
97.
in the final
Ryan, you
phase before
require
Christmas.
68.
But this year, not as good. He hasn't made a Saturday night. More exasperation.
28. Rob, you
For the man in
require
blue.
64.
Missing vital shots and giving Rob an extra piece of hope.
24. Ryan, you require 40.
But he may have dangled out the olive branch. Will he be giving more gifts?
20.
Yes.
Rob, you require
Yes
40.
is the answer. And so Collins returns for tops.
20.
And this is becoming a real struggle for
Ryan,
the
you
pair on the
require
outer ring.
20.
Absolutely right. Both averaging in the mid-70s now. This is a
Game
real
shot on the
struggle, but
third
that is
leg.
just
Ryan
in the double
Murray.
10. When he let go of that, he was fearful that it was hitting double 15.
Fourth leg, it's Rob
Just
to throw
talking a little bit
first.
more about
Game on.
2022 then. I know we're in a slightly different format now, whereas We used to have 4 weekly phases and then a
96.
Champions Week. Now we have 12 weeks of qualifying, then a Champions Week. But previously this year, 2 players from this group have made a Saturday night.
57.
Only 2. Now, bearing in mind, Daniel Klose was making his debut, so he doesn't really count. But Mark Mcguini
58.
was equal 5th in week 4 of phase 3 on the same night that Peter Jacques was runner-up to Nathan Gervin.
92.
So there's only been 1 week where players from this group have made a Saturday night. I'm going to put you on the spot, Henry, because we're going to lose you after
100.
this match, aren't we?
Indeed.
Who's going to win week 11?
Considering that my 18 points prediction was wholly
61.
wrong, I apologise straight away to Stephen Burton.
You've gone to Stephen Burton.
I have gone Stephen Burton.
140.
You've got to remember that Daniel Klose could lose all of his matches tomorrow. He could still win this group on 18 points.
You said the whole week.
95. Robbie required
Yes, I'm going for Robert Thornton.
107.
Tops, let's get away from predictions and get with the
67.
facts.
Yeah, I agree.
Because we've learned that we're no good at them.
Yeah, don't listen to us. Oh, that's really unfortunate. That should have been a
120.
maximum. Could have
Robbie
been his
required
third to lay up for
40.
double 8.
Game shot on
One of the
fourth
downsides
leg.
of having such heavy
Rob
darts is that when
Collins.
they hit each other, the collision is more violent.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to
Do you
throw
get the feeling that
first.
maybe
Game
tomorrow,
on.
if Ryan is a little bit superstitious, he's going to wear the white shirt tomorrow instead of the blue one?
I would.
83. $140.
Going to tip my hat to our referee today, Charlie Kostafine, doing his 30th match of the week. He will do plenty more.
125.
Doing a stellar job as usual.
World class refereeing. And to call yourself world class at any discipline,
60.
I've got other brilliant referees as well. World leading refs. Like to Gavin Roderick, Owen Binks, Paul Hinks.
45.
Hinks and Binks, that sounds like the name of a sitcom. You're going to miss me tomorrow, aren't you?
Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be in touch.
180.
that's beautiful. Ryan's going to feel really sour if he walks away from this game with a loss.
134.
But to his
Robbie
credit, he
required
finds a two-treble visit
121.
to get himself in finishing range if Rob misses for 51, which he does. So
57.
Ryan's got options.
Ryan, you require 114.
He's looking down. He's going to stay down. Well, originally he's thinking Shanghai 19s, but it's 17 tops now.
94.
Good try.
Robbie requires 64.
All about the 16s. And that region of the board. 2 8s.
Game shot on the
A
fifth
3-2
leg.
and a break of
Rob
third. Rob
Collins.
Collins is a leg away from compiling Ryan Murray's tungsten misery.
Sixth leg,
Reverse
it's
his
Rob to
fortunes
throw
of yesterday
first.
where he lost this
Game
fixture,
on.
which was the opening of Group A by 4 legs to 0. And to exact revenge, a dish best served cold.
140.
Well, as for Rob's day, he started with a 4-3 loss to Greg Ritchie in a game where he was 3-0 down. Came back
100.
to leg 7, ultimately just to lose it. After that, a 4-2 loss to Mark McGeeney, even though he averaged dead on 90.
100.
He also lost to Daniel Klose by 4 legs to 1. But did get a win over Peter Jacques by 4
140.
legs to 2. Pretty much an up and down day, but most of it's been down. He'd love to win an
41.
8th point of the week, which would ensure his place at 4th in the table going into Wednesday, with McGeeney and Jacques below him.
100.
And then the push will be on for Group B, where it looks as if Ryan Murray may be the contender. He'll have to
60.
dislodge.
Ryan, you require 161.
Yeah, there are a couple of permutations. If Collins wins, he'll be within 2 points of Murray, but if Murray wins, he's going to be 6 ahead.
97. Rob,
With
you
only
require
5 games to go
160.
each. Big time shot this. To end the day on tops.
120.
Terrific attempt.
Ryan, you require 64.
To send us all the way in the deciding game of the day. 88. This would be darts Javu,
48.
but it won't go, and so Collins
Rob,
has
you
tops for the
require
match.
40. Game,
And a
shots,
second win of the
and
day
match.
does come
Rob
the way of Rob Collins, and that ensures that he is in 4th position going into tomorrow. As for Ryan Murray, 83 the average, subpar in that one for him, as has been the message for him all day long. But Murray's going to have to settle for 10 points and a leg difference of -1 going into our last day of Group A. He's going to be 5 legs behind Greg Ritchie, so he's firmly in charge of 2nd spot. But Daniel Klose at the top of the table, he is very, very comfortable, isn't he, Henry?
Exactly, so that is the end then of day 2 of Group A here in week 11. Let's have a look then, before we discuss what we have seen today, the table following the end of the second day's play here in week 11. Daniel Klose, 18 points, plus 22 on the legs difference. He's only lost 1 game so far here at the Super Series. He's making this look quite academic so far.
Well, he's very comfortable with the format, obviously, and only losing the 1 match is a great return for a couple of days' work. Ryan Murray, though, will be very disappointed with only 2 points after a very good Monday. Greg Ritchie has been excellent today. Not at his best, but really picking off points when he really needed them. Rob Collins, very consistent in getting 4 points on both days. But McGeeney and Jacques have got a lot to think about as they try to somehow claw their way towards the top 3. But it's very unlikely at this stage, but not out of the question.
What would be the mentality now of the players away from Daniel Klose? What do they do tonight? How do they get themselves back up ready for tomorrow's action?
It's very simple. All the pressure is on the German. Every single ounce of it. Let him live with the pressure. The other 5 will think, do you know what? There's no pressure on us. You're expected to win this table. We can come here tomorrow and watch you fail. If you do, we will be there to mop up the crumbs. If he doesn't, all we want to do is make the top 3.
Well, Paul, can I just say how much of a pleasure it has been to work alongside you in this commentary box over the last couple of days. Chris Murphy's going to be in this particular chair tomorrow, I believe.
Yes, he will. So thanks for all the time, Henry. It's been great, but time to get Murph in for some more puns.
Indeed. So Chris Murphy will join Paul Nicholson, and Abigail Davis will return as well from 9:30 tomorrow on Sporty Stuff TV for the conclusion of Group A, where Daniel is 1 step closer towards Champions Week.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill. The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.